you're all doing well today. We have some Final Fantasy VII news to discuss first, and then we're gonna dive into episode Ignis, I believe. If not, we'll at least be finishing chapter 13 first, I think. Will you do chapter 13 verse 2 first before doing episode Ignis? That's a good question. Maybe I should. Sayo, hello. Been a minute since I've seen you in here. Crossy, hello. Struggling with about Tokyo Zanado. Yeah. My buddy tells me this all the time. I'm just catching up with everything in Twitch chat. If you hear me reading out loud. Been seeing Rebirth run on Switch 2, and I'm completely godsmacked. Makes me hope FF7 is developed with the Switch 2 in mind. It will be. It will be. Almost certainly will be. Almost certainly will be. I don't think you have to worry about that too much. I think that they are going to be multi-platform maxing with the next mainline Final Fantasy. I don't think, at least I can't imagine it being locked down to one platform. For me personally, it running on PC is like really huge, but I think for the Japanese market, being on Switch 2 day one is really crucial for Final Fantasy. I've been like, it hasn't been concrete, but jet lag into a major patch fucking sucks, dude. I bet you have not slept in days. Your mic is a little on the quiet side compared to the music. We can, well, first off, we can silence the music. And then as far as my mic being quiet, I can boost that a little bit too. I can boost the gain, compressor gain. How is that right there? Is that good? It was just the music? Oh, okay. So I didn't need to be loud. My bad. I could turn that back down. Sounds good either way? Okay, cool. I'll put it like right there-ish. I am glad the Switch 2 is being adopted early by devs. I think having a weaker platform that games are developed for, because a large chunk of the Japanese market opt for that option, forces games to be more optimized, if that makes sense. No, it makes total sense. Like having a minimum requirement across the board is good for everybody. Yeah. No, it actually forces them to actually make sure that the game runs good on other platforms. So I completely understand what you mean. I do understand the argument that it holds developers back on some things, and that is true. And this is something I did not mention in the stream/video that recently went live, where we talked about purely from a business standpoint, the return to turn-based also kind of makes sense. Now, obviously, they have Rebirth working on there, and then eventually they will have Final Fantasy 16 working on there. But this being said, even still, I would like to mention that optimization for a turn-based game is still a lot easier on the tech end than it is for an action game. That's something that I didn't mention, but it does add to that point. Cloud Strive, thank you so much for the tier 1, brother. Thank you for joining us today. You came at the right time because we're about to go over some of the FF7 stuff. But yeah, so it's a lot easier to optimize turn-based games for hardware than action games, because turn-based games, you can fucking like load out all the data and just load in like a separate battlefield. And yeah, and that thing will also run pretty well. But also too, if a turn-based game runs at 30 frames per second, no one gives a fuck really, because it's not that necessary. The only turn-based game I wouldn't want to play at 30 frames per second is Clair Obscur, And I think that's for fairly obvious reasons. Drumja, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Um, but generally speaking, yeah, it's a lot easier to optimize. Games should be held back more. Games being so unlimited has more often than not only created more cons than pros. Most of the things that we love about video games now came as a result of the limitations, right? Like that they had to deal with. I don't actually think that um not creative freedom, but like what's the word maybe I'm looking for? But this ability to just create whatever you want, and not in like a creatively stifled sense, but like just being completely unlimited means that you don't have to think around anything that you're doing. And it means that, like, yes, we need friction. That's a great way of saying it. Even the developers need friction when like creating something, right? Because if you can just make whatever, then oftentimes you're a bit directionless, right? Like when there are limitations and things for people to overcome, that's when human creativity actually comes out. And this is also why I say that Final Fantasy, paradoxically enough, um, when it has certain limitations, it is actually at its most creative. And not just Final Fantasy, it's like literally anything ever. And that's not to say that they should like artificially impose all limitations, but it is to say that kind of just goes back to the drum I've been beating for like at least 2 or 3 years now, or um, maybe 3 or 4 actually, where I've just basically been saying that like, hey, they should have some like clearer definitions on what FF is, and then once they have those guidelines for what FF is, they should actually challenge themselves to kind of challenge what FF is by sticking to those guidelines and also reinventing it at the same time. Similar to what they did with FF 1 through 10, where they had a framework, but they were always using that framework in creative, ridiculously new ways in order to make really compelling new things that we hadn't seen before. And that's what was cool about it, you know? Yeah. Pre-rendered backgrounds with 3D models were pure magic workaround from limitations. Right. And now imagine what would happen if they could just render fucking everything, right? Like with no with no consequence or limitations, everything can be depicted. Well, then you don't have to get creative, and you don't have to come up with something to work around it, right? And so again, it really does come back to all of our favorite things about video games were kind of born out of the fact that you can't do that. You guys know what's funny though? Like nowadays, like sure, in some situations, um, there are still like technical limitations, but we really aren't that limited by tech. There are not too many situations where you just hear that, yeah, the tech just wouldn't allow for us to create that anymore. It just doesn't happen. I mean, I'm sure it does in some situations, but the vast majority of situations can be figured out through some type of optimizations. What we really struggle with more than anything nowadays, like the limitation is budget, because technically we can make the biggest, most beautiful video game ever now. Like it's all possible. It is all possible. But the thing is that we don't have the money or the time nowadays to actually make the biggest, most aggressively beautiful, fleshed out video game ever. And so that actually ends up being the new ceiling for what we can do. is time and money versus tech, right? Because pretty much whatever you want to do now, again, barring some like extremely weird technical situations that are a bit more edge cases um, than what people are just normally trying to do or wanting to do with video games. It really just comes down to time and money. What you really need is having skilled programmers. SE doesn't really have the best of those. If you ask me, good programmers and coders can save on so much time and figure out when they figure out how to be efficient with what is needed. Um, I feel like it's very difficult for me to like really comment on like the quality of their their programmers. I can definitely comment on like the quality of optimizations on some things, but I just don't know the challenges and specifications of and the visions that they're dealing with and how that weighs up against what actually gets implemented. It's really hard for me to say that, but I do agree with your overall sentiment for sure, Tag. Um, and I think that we can say that they maybe haven't always been the best at their own proprietary technology. So perhaps you could extrapolate from that that maybe the tech side is not like the absolute best. But I just always feel it's hard for me to compliment like really confidently talk about it. This isn't just limited to games, by the way. Look at movies these days as the tech behind the CGI got better and better. Movies start relying on giant sound stages and green screens for everything. Movies have lost a lot of soul. Limits force creatives to be creatives, and it shows right. And wouldn't you know it, this is also part of why, not the sole reason, but it's a huge part of it, why you see so much creativity coming out of indies, right? Because indies still have a lot of fucking limitations on them. But again, a lot of limitations on indies and smaller developers now is budget and time in a way that is much further than what you see with AAA games, right? So when you can just depict everything immediately with no limitation, um, it's really hard. There was something that Sakaguchi talked about when I spoke to him that has like stuck with me ever since. And he talked about this thing called negative space, which I thought was really interesting. But essentially, um, he kind of stressed the importance of leaving something up to the player's imagination whenever they're going throughout the world and not having everything like be like super explicit and everything um like wrote out like or like detailed in such a way that it's like that it spoils the player's ability to imagine things in their own way so that they can like interpret events in a way that's most satisfying for them. And like games as they've gotten better tech, they've lost that sense of negative space um that lets you interpret them. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat, and you're asking the real questions here. NSP, is there a lore reason why Titus keeps getting more and more white with each new official artwork from Square? There is no lore reason. Um, it's just one of those things that I think that generally in like Japanese culture, whiter skin is a bit more appreciated, and I think they think that they're beautifying the character by doing it. But most fans of Final Fantasy X, especially those of us here in the West, I'd say I don't really know how Japanese fans feel, so I can't really say one way or the other. But I can say at the very least that um, those of us here are not very appreciating of it because we actually like his tan, we like his bronze skin, It's actually part of his character. Like it's literally part of his character. Like it's not just like um it's like it is really like a thing that like makes him stand out and like an integral part of presenting Titus as he is supposed to be, right? Like if it like without it, it actually like literally makes him lose part of his characterization. So um I think that hopefully that if anything ever happens with Final Fantasy X, whether that's a Final Fantasy X remake, whether that's Final Fantasy X-3, that they would have Tidus presented in the way that he was meant to be. It was good that when we saw the recent Nomura artwork of Tidus, that Nomura still seems to personally remember that Tidus was indeed brown. Yeah, that he has like that nice tan bronze look. Like that's the thing. Um, if you want to get into a weird touchy rabbit hole around whitening Titus, you got to look into Asian beauty standards. Yeah, yeah, it you can't separate it from that um from that ideal. Um and that's why uh the whitening of Titus keeps happening, even though like nobody really asked for that. Again, I think that they think that they're beautifying him, but it's weird because like again, but also too, Titus has been butchered more times um than just the lightening of his skin over the years. They've also changed his face multiple times to faces that do not look right for him. They have just been like just fucking terrible. Let me see if I can find them. Okay, here we go. I'll pull it up in just a sec, and then we can segue into discussing the recent Hamaguchi Hamaguchi interviews. At least he's darker than Yuna on the new official anniversary art. Yeah. Whereas here, it's like he's like just as pale as Yuna, right? Um, Yuna being pale makes sense, but Titus being pale, like literally, lore wise, I don't know. He again, he is supposed to be um, he's supposed to be bronze. And he is in the game. This I'll remind you that this is how Titus actually looks. Um, for comparison, that's quite a great deal of difference, right? That's not a trivial amount. He's an island boy. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not um this is like hard baked into like the presentation and the very idea of the character. So, um and also too his face is different. Like the face model is different. Um that's not an insignificant amount of change, right? Right. That's like a very significant amount of change. So, yeah, and then also too, they kind of removed his more Asian facial features in a lot of the more recent renders of him that are not very accurate, right? Like if you look at the CGI model of Tidus, he basically looks like a Japanese model or something. His face model is extraordinarily handsome. But yeah. And then this kind of started with the Final Fantasy X remaster. That's like when they really started changing his face model. And so I don't know what it is, man. It's funny because I don't think, and maybe it's because due to the nature of Final Fantasy VII, right? Having, because FF7 in itself kind of has multiple different art styles, right? Like there's the chibi models, the battle models, the CG models. It's all different. And everyone prefers like literally their own different model, like within FF7, right? Some people like the chibi models. I'm personally a big fan of FF7 OG's battle models. I always thought that those were like really sick. Um, but that being said, every time I see Cloud, I feel like Cloud looks like Cloud. I think ever since they presented an updated look for him in Advent Children, I think they've been really consistent with that. I've never seen an appearance of Cloud's post AC that did not feel like Cloud, right? But every version of Tidus post Final Fantasy X does not fucking feel like Tidus at all. Feels like somebody else. Like, look at this. This is a different face model altogether. Like it's not, I mean, obviously it's a different face model, right? Because this is a recent CG render, but it's different like all around. It's different. It's not as bad though as this shit because that's also a different model and this fucking sucks. Like this shit sucks. However, However, it's still better than this shit. Actually, I think these are the same model. It is the same model. God. Okay, let me show you guys the actual face on this. You're not going to like it. I don't like it at all. Dang, it's also low res. Granted, I don't think it really even needs to be high res for you to get the point here of how ungodly different this shit is. Who the fuck is this? who who the fuck is this, chat? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? This is T-Dussie. I don't know who this is. This is Todd or some shit. But like, Meg Ryan, yeah. Like, again, like, it's not even just. God, I just realized too that they actually decreased his muscle mass. I feel like. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe he just looks a little bit more defined because, you know, he is bronze and like, you know, there's a reason that like bodybuilders before they go on stage will spray tan because it does make you look a little bit, gives you like more contrast basically. But yeah, his face model sucks, bro. Like what the fuck? What did you do? Like what the fuck did you do? That's not the same. His left leg is lighter than the rest of him. That's kind of true. Anyways, Tidus again, it's not just the fact that he's been kind of lightened over the years. It's also that they've completely changed his face And debatably, they've changed his muscle mass. Like he's not. I feel like he was a little bit more bulky than um, what he was there. Chat. Am I tripping, or does anyone else also agree that Titus? It seems like Titus had like a little bit more muscle mass on him before. He looks way skinnier. Yeah, no. Look at his chest, bro. He had hella chest definition. And maybe it's because he's stretching out like this, you know, because when you stretch out like this, you're kind of stretching the pectoral muscle. But I think he's a little bit leaner now. I think they're trying to Bushonen him. Yeah, they are, but it sucks. They definitely are. You're objectively right. That's what they're doing. They're trying to make him more Bishonen, but like, and that's fine. Like, I like Japan's idea of a very pretty man. I do, but that's what like Cloud is for. You know what I'm saying? That's what like Cloud is for, or Noctis, right? I like those characters. I like me, you know. But for Titus though, Titus was different. Also, also his hair is wrong. The hair is fucking wrong. Um yeah, Cloud probably has about as much muscle definition as I do. So I'm probably about um in fact I would say that I'm about exactly Cloud's build right now, plus or minus. So don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking Cloud's build. Andrew Brown, thank you so much for the super. We need absolute Titus, 7 foot tall, jacked, 439 pounds, just like Batman. You're goddamn right, Andrew. In fact, listen, they want to appeal to the younger audience, right? What is the younger audience watching? They're watching Clavicular, not Night Sky Prince. They want a looks maxed Titus. he needs he needs a perfect jawline. Okay. Okay. He needs to start doing TRT. Okay. That's the way we get the younger audience back into Final Fantasy. We looks max him. He needs Ozempic and to smash his face with a hammer. So true, King. That ain't Titus, bro. Who the fuck? I know. I know. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. So Titus, yeah. They've kind of like they've gotten rid of basically all of his iconic features. From the tan to his hair being whatever the fuck this is now, to his facial features being just completely destroyed, to him being kind of scrawny looking now. Um, it, like I don't fucking understand, right? And I want to be clear that it's not like this render is ugly or anything. It's just that I don't think it is portraying um the the accuracy of the character that it's supposed to be, you know. All this talk of FF10 reminded me of that screenshot I sent you down the other day. Yeah. The most I would accept he is if he becomes the Reaper Shadow thingy. Maybe you don't. Oh yeah, I don't know what y'all are talking about. Never mind. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about some Final Fantasy Bevan. big interview with the Gooch. So let's line up everything. Do it like this. The remasters are at fault. Somehow they saw people call his face distorted and ugly and overcorrect because there ain't no way. Yeah, so I get what they wanted to do with the remasters, by the way. With the remasters, they wanted to make all of the characters look better, right? To touch up their faces. I just can't believe that with Final Fantasy fucking 10, the most beloved popular Final Fantasy after 7, right? Like generally 10 is next in line after 7 for popularity and praise, right? So this is like a very core like FF experience. And it just blows my fucking mind that they just don't really give a fuck. Like with the remaster, they were just like, yeah, sure, looks good. No one cared. Square is so particular with their characters too. I'm like really shocked that it got approval. Because when you hear about Final Fantasy VII, right, they were like, we went through like 8,000 different Cloud models until we got the version of Cloud that we feel like looks right. It's crazy, right? And then like with Tidus, like basically any different model that they throw at us, they're like, yeah, looks right. And I'm just like, can you guys not, please? You're supposed to like really care about your characters and stuff. Like I don't understand. So if it's not FF7 or 14, SE especially the higher ups doesn't really care anymore. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. They spec'd out really hard into I mean, I get it though, because 7 and 14 have definitely made them the most money. Granted, 10 came pretty damn close to uh Seven's performance overall. And so obviously they know that, and that's why they're like, hey, after we're done milking the living shit out of 7, we should like look back into 10. And that's why they were like, hey, you guys want to do 10-3? Right? And so they're not unaware that like that Final Fantasy 10 overall performs about on par with FF7 plus or minus. So whether they revisit FF10 in any capacity, I don't know. I would personally love a better remaster of Final Fantasy X or a purist remake of Final Fantasy X. But let's be honest, we're not going to get either any of those things. If we get a Final Fantasy X remake, it will be a Final Fantasy X remake that fucks up Final Fantasy X. So I kind of just don't want it for the most part. Because if they can't even get Tidus's face right, how do I expect them to get like literally anything else about the game, right? And yeah, I just don't trust it. So let's talk about Final Fantasy VII. Recently, Hamaguchi has been doing some interviews again. The Switch 2 port of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming pretty soon. I believe that it is slated to launch next month. And recently, they put out a demo so that you can go ahead and check out the game. Personally, I've been kind of blown away by how good the demo actually is and how it actually looks. Like, Christ, man. Like, they actually got it looking pretty good. Like, is it on par with the PC or PS5 Pro version? No. But I think if you were looking at it on a TV from far away, you wouldn't necessarily know that it was running on a Switch 2. I mean, it looks good enough. It's passable enough. And I think to get a game like Rebirth running on there, it's pretty impressive. Now they did have to make some technical cuts, like as you go through the environments do look a little bit different on the Switch 2 version compared to the PS5 and PC version, but it doesn't look actively bad, and I think that's all that it needs to do. The flower field outside of Calm is a bit sad looking. I saw it on Max's stream, and there were like 6 flowers of each color. Yeah. Things like vegetation and kind of auxiliary details are the first thing to be cut when optimizing such a game. And the reason for that is fairly obvious. They're not necessarily a core integral part of showing that environment, but they do add some lovely flourishes that make it feel more lived in. However, if you can have the game without it, then it just makes sense to cut it. I would want an option to reduce NPC density on the Switch 2 version of Rebirth. That's because the slowdown in Calm. Yeah, I imagine in towns, it's going to be a little chonky on Switch 2. But let's go ahead and read some of this. How much did the development team need to change/tweak Rebirth to make it work for Switch 2? Was there specific work needed to accommodate that console's unique elements? Hamaguchi. Rather than a significant overhaul, our refinements primarily focused on fleshing out how we could make the experience work. Because Rebirth features large-scale fields, with heavy processing loads on rendering and streaming, it couldn't be ported to Switch 2 as is. That led us to take a step back and reassess things from our approach to rendering techniques, lighting, and background streaming. We were especially keen on ensuring that switching between handheld and dock modes never made players feel like they were playing a different game. We prioritized stability. Stability. We prioritized stability, consistency of experience, exploring sensible solutions while keeping up how games are played on the Switch 2 in mind. Through that process, we gained a very clear sense that an open world experience of this scale can truly work across different environments. That realization isn't limited to Rebirth. It serves as a major source of validation for us as we take this series to the finish line, to its finish line as a trilogy. So basically, this is saying that porting Rebirth has helped them realize how they're going to make Part 3 work for Final Fantasies for the next game. And this makes sense, right? Because obviously, many of these exact same maps are going to be reused in whatever Remake 3 is. And so naturally, they've already optimized these maps with Rebirth. So I imagine, while it won't necessarily be a direct import of these maps whenever they go to work on them, because they will have different assets and different things plugged into them. If you know the Unreal side of things, you kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. But it will basically let them know exactly what they need to do in order to get those things optimized and running on Switch 2. John Q, what's up, man? I mean, the compromises on Switch 2 are fine to get the game to run as well as it does. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, we all know that Switch 2 is not going to be as powerful as, you know, something that's literally 5 times its fucking size. So, obviously, some cuts are going to be made, but the fact that the game doesn't look hideous, I think, is good enough. In my experience so far, the Switch 2 is a better version than the Steam Deck or ROG Ally. Yeah, it probably is, because the ROG Ally and Steam Deck versions of the game are the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has not been touched. They didn't do any of these optimizations that Hamaguchi just mentioned. They literally just, you know, it's literally just the PC version scaled down. And so the fact that that even runs on Steam Deck and ROG Ally is also pretty impressive. But my hope is that once the Switch 2 version is out, they would patch all of those optimizations back into the PC version and have like a legitimate handheld mode, and it would apply all the Switch 2 optimizations, and you'd get it running like really good on the Steam Deck or the ROG Ally. I mean, especially the ROG Ally, which My understanding is that the ROG Ally is a great deal more powerful than the Steam Deck or the Switch 2. So, let's continue, boys. Are there any elements that are unique to the ports of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or will it be the same game that is currently available on PS5? Hamaguchi. There is no platform exclusive content to the story or gameplay itself. Our fundamental philosophy is that the core experience of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth should remain consistent no matter where it's played. Blah, 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 blah. We already know all that shit. What was the process of bringing. Yeah, we already know that one. Probably understand what I mean if you play Switch 2, one match. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Queen's Blood on Switch 2 will go hard. See if there's any other juicy bits. What has been the greatest challenge of updating Final Fantasy VII for the modern generation of gamers? And how have you balanced that with appealing to the older players who grew up with the original? The greatest challenge was thoughtfully evaluating, title by title, how far to push nostalgia and innovation, respectively, so they could balance, respectively, sorry, respectively, so they could work in balance. For players who are familiar with the original game, I think what matters goes beyond the story itself. It's the relationship between the characters and the emotions they felt upon discovering this world. Those elements we can't afford to treat lightly. At the same time, for players discovering FF7 today, we need to update the presentation and design to align with modern sensibilities. Otherwise, the experience itself simply wouldn't resonate. For this reason, we adopted modern approaches to visual expressions while preserving the emotional core and character relationships that were beloved by many in the original. Rather than framing this as a simple binary of whether to preserve or change something, we've continuously reevaluated how to interpret these notions of nostalgia and innovation and how to express them. That's our approach to making the Final Fantasy VII Remake series as a whole. Balancing nostalgia and innovation. I both agree and disagree with Hamaguchi there. Agree in terms of gameplay, disagree in terms of narrative. Yeah, yeah. And that's actually a really good point because I do think that the gameplay of Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy is like the ultimate balance of nostalgia and innovation, right? It's a brand new action game system. There is basically, nothing I would really compare it to directly. It's such a unique system, but it also feels like ATB Final Fantasy in 4K. It's incredible, right? Like, it's so damn good. It's so damn good. It's everything I ever wanted from action Final Fantasy. And debatably from Final Fantasy gameplay, period, right? I think it is thus far, in my ultra subjective, meaningless opinion, I think it is the only action Final Fantasy system that is actually Final Fantasy enough for me. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. That's the only way to say it. It's the only one that achieves the metrics that I'm looking for when I personally evaluate a Final Fantasy game. Um, there really hasn't been any other attempt that they've made. Stranger of Paradise, FF16, FF15. And that's not to necessarily say that those are bad video games, or even necessarily say that they're precisely bad Final Fantasies even. But what I'm looking for in Final Fantasy gameplay is a sense of progression and a sense of camaraderie with other characters. I don't want that sense of camaraderie to just be through the narrative. It has to be something that is actually a core part of the gameplay experience too. And I believe that the Re-Trilogy combat is the thing that gets there the most. Um, In terms of the story pushing nostalgia and innovation, I guess you could make the same argument there, right? But the questionable part of the narrative thus far has been how the nostalgia and the innovation are uh, integrating themselves together, right? Like that's kind of the part where it's been pretty debatable on if it has the balance there. And I do like the idea of what I personally perceive that I think that they are doing. I have to word it in this incredibly weird way because there are so many people now that are so divisive about what this game even fucking is, whether it's a remake or a sequel. I do personally still subscribe to the idea that this is a requel. I understand that there are people who are like hard sequel or hard remake. This is definitely a remake and a sequel of no kind. However, me perceiving this story as a requel is, by my own metrics and how I judge a story, me actually being charitable to what they've been trying to do in this game. Because the idea of trying to do something closer to Evangelion or being some type of sequel to me seems like it is more narratively ambitious and interesting than the idea of it being a remake. I am aware that the developers are, have insisted that yes, this is a remake, but they have not really said outright, to my recollection, that it is not also some type of new story that they're telling on top. And I think that is the narrative purpose of these new elements. I don't know if that means a drastically different ending. I'm not suggesting that that means like happy endings for any of the characters or whatnot. I don't have a take on that shit. And personally, I kind of ultimately don't care at this point. I just don't think it's a very relevant or important conversation for me. For me. But if it is for you, that's totally fine. But that's the way I perceive it, and I think the idea of it is really cool. Again, assuming that maybe I have the correct interpretation. However, the implementation of it is has just been here and there for me. There are moments where I'm like, this is actually kind of brilliant. And then there are moments where I'm like, this is actually not brilliant at all. And it does unfortunately swing between the two things pretty radically, right? There are some people that will bring up, say, the way Nanaki is handled in Rebirth, or the arbiters, and all of those different things. And I do think that there are some really good, interesting points that you could make to criticize those aspects. But then I think that there's also good, interesting stuff, right? For example, everything in Chapter 9 is incredibly compelling. Like, easily some of the most compelling news story content in the game, right? The events with Tifa going into the live stream, and then how that shows up with her and Aerith in Cosmo Canyon, and the way that they expanded those scenes. I found that shit to be really, really good. And I would say bordering on brilliant for sure. That stuff was excellent. Another thing that I thought was really excellent was giving us a more firm reason that the black materia even fucking exists. And actually making it really, really compelling, making the Gi more important, giving them like not just making them a thing that's in the plot, but something that's actually really integral and consequential, and tying that into the black materia in a pretty profoundly good way. Yeah, and then you get to how they handled Dyne, right? And it's stuff like that that just Um, the retrilogy is kind of a mixed bag in that way, right? It goes from like, dang, this is really brilliant, to God, why the fuck did you do that? And it's back and forth every other scene. It is back and forth every other scene. Um, but as far as like the meta idea of the requel, I think at first I was kind of against that even being a thing in the first place. I've kind of come around to more of it being a cool idea, but thus far I haven't felt like it's amounted to much. If we're looking at it from the requel point of view, if we're looking at it from the remake point of view, then I've become a lot more critical of it because from the perspective of this actually just being looked at as a remake and not um, some type of work in addition to that, then um, it's just way harder for me to see any value in what this is added. Again, that's just my take on it. Don't let me be the. I'm gonna just be honest. Don't kill me, bro. Don't kill me, FF7 fans. I'm just trying to give my lens on it. My lens may be blurry. It may have a little bit of boo boo on it. I don't know, man. Uh, these modern reimaginings have done a great job of staying true to the spirit of the original while offering fresh takes on the characters. What has been your personal change, tweak, update to the overarching your person? Wait, what has been your personal change, tweak, update to the overarching story and cast? Oh, I see. They're asking what has Hamaguchi basically done to change the story himself? That's interesting. Hamaguchi. When it comes to the overarching story, I place my trust in what Kazushige Nojima writes, and I have no intention of altering that based on my judgment. However, the significant increase in visual fidelity in these remakes, arranging events and the passage of time exactly as they were in the original, can sometimes result in scenes that feel implausible. When changes in when changes in time or dates don't feel convincing, it also breaks players' emotional engagement. Chat, is he talking about like snowboarding being a little too soon after Aerith dies? Because that might be like one of the things that I feel like that he's referring to. Although, for me personally, I don't think it was even that crazy close together because I think that just a fade to black screen in the old games and traveling on the world map, the abstraction of that made it feel like those events weren't as close together as they actually are because your brain kind of inserts that there is a bit of time that happens between those two things. Snowboarding 100%. I can't think of anything else that fits this specific description. I also don't think it was that jarring in OG. Plus, you had the icicle in, gas tapes, and stuff in between. Yeah, that's basically how I felt too. Like I didn't think it was that crazy, but I do think that again, this is like what Hamaguchi is saying, right? It really isn't that crazy because there is enough negative space between those events for the player to insert how much time they think passed for it to be appropriate, right? And that's kind of what was cool about old school loading screens and like fade to black is that your brain inserted that like that scene is over. It's loading for like 2 minutes. Okay, we're on to something else now, right? There's been like some degree of passing of time between those 2 points. However, in a remake, right? Like if you finish Rebirth and then you go straight to part three, maybe there is like a sense of passage of time. I don't know. But I think again, they are trying to make some of the icicle in events, I think, a little bit have like a little bit of, or like the snowboarding stuff have like a little bit of time in between. I think Nojima might just want to put out something else out there, so Hamaguchi is describing it like this, but he doesn't actually mean it, if that makes sense. That's possible. There's a level of abstraction that doesn't exist anymore that allowed for the snowboarding to not be jarring. Right. Honestly, in this level of graphics, the snowboarding is kind of jarring no matter what you do. But I think that they'll just put it in anyways because who the fuck cares? They kind of did stuff in Rebirth that is like technically kind of jarring, but then it still worked anyways. So um I don't know. But it definitely does seem kind of silly in these graphics. But I wouldn't want them to cut it because it seems silly in these graphics. FG Chopper, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Just make it look silly. I don't give a fuck. They did dine to Palmer. How much worse could it get? That's honestly true. That's honestly true. Because Dine the Palmer probably is. I'm trying to think of a more tonally jarring thing that's happened in modern FF or in like FF in general than Dine the Palmer. And I don't have any like examples on hand. If chat if you have any that you could give, let me know. But I don't know if there's like literally anything. And you know what's sad too? I actually really fucking like that fight with Dine. I'm not with Dine, with Palmer. The Palmer fight. That's actually a pretty fun, well designed boss fight. I just wish it wasn't placed exactly there. Um Zodiac to Loporrit. No, I think that was appropriate actually. Question about the dying thing. Would you guys have liked it more if it faded to black before part one? Um, I think there just needed to be some sense of like there is a degree of time between these two events that that it just didn't have, right? Like there just needed to be some type of like this is one thing and then we go on to the next thing and I think that's like kind of like what it's missing. So if they could have found a way to have that, then I wouldn't think that the Palmer boss fight would be so bad. I think if they had like a little cooldown time and like we just kind of sat with Barrett for a moment and talked to him and then maybe like one other thing happens and then Palmer shows up, then it would have ramped up fast enough, right? But it's the fact that like, bro shows up and is like, uh yeah, I don't know. I didn't finish the second paragraph though. He says, this time in particular, we took a very critical look at questions surrounding whether a given emotion truly makes sense at a certain point in time, or how much emotional groundwork the player would realistically have if a certain event were to occur. It wasn't so much a matter of adding or changing the story, but adjusting things in a way that ensured the player's emotional pacing aligned with the flow of time. That process required revisiting scenes again and again, and honestly, it was one of the aspects of development we were most sensitive about. Actually, I don't know if this is so much about snowboarding as it is a reaction to how people criticize the dying scene. Now that I think about it, right? Because this feels a little bit more like, You guys blasted us about the dying shit. Why do I keep saying braining with you? God damn it. I know. I know. I read your mind, bro. But yeah, I'm thinking that this is like literally a reaction to Dine, specifically to um how people reacted to the Dine scene. Cause like what he is describing is literally what we just fucking talked about. Like I think that's it. Like obviously it doesn't apply to Dine because that's like already something that's happened. But I think that they're looking at part three's moments and they're saying like, okay, yeah, we're not doing that again. Yeah, they do read all social media, and I think that this is a reaction to how people felt about the dying scenes. Um, but I actually think, for me personally, I think on par or worse than dying, and this gets talked about a lot less. But I think Nanaki's arc being interrupted by the Gi subtext you just touched on it. But I think for me, that was actually more jarring than the shit with Dine. And I cannot even explain like that is like a million times more jarring to me. I get why the Dine scene gets more limelight in terms of like criticism, but I think the Gi coming out of it, like them just being like, anyways, Nanaki, shut the fuck up. Here's the Gi. That shit sucked for me more. This is why. It sucked for me more because those are actually two really good story pieces. And it feels like they were like at odds with each other, right? Like it feels like Nanaki had to die for the sake of adding the Gi stuff in, which was actually really good. Some of the better writing of Re-Trilogy, if not the best, new story edition. But it has to ruin one of the best and most important emotional payoffs of the original game. And so it's one of those things where that part actually hurt for me more than the dying scene. Because it's like, dang, this is really good. But you had to like kind of like hurt something else that was really good. Um, but I guess the argument could also be made there that the Palmer fight could have just been cut straight up altogether. And so that was more tragic than than Guy Natak. Um, I don't know. Well, I think they felt like there wasn't kind of a natural way to insert that because you have to, those two events are in the same area at the same time. And so they felt there was a need to make them go seamlessly from one to another. I don't really have a problem with Nanaki's young voice, right? Like his real voice. My only question would be like, what the fuck happened in Advent Children? Because why does he go back to speaking like, you know, a very sage old man in Advent Children? That would be like my only kind of criticism of that specifically is because I feel like that kind of doesn't make as much sense. Isn't his voice cute in the Japanese dub? I actually don't remember. It's been so long since I've watched Advent Children. I've watched Advent Children in both languages, obviously, many times, but that he only has like one or two lines. Oh, in Japanese it's soft. Oh, okay, maybe that's the thing. Then what the fuck happened with the dub? I don't know. There's a lot of questions there. I would have preferred if they aim for age 14 or so rather than age 8 or 9. It's just so natural. I mean, I think he kind of sounds like Ryuji because it is the same voice actor, I believe. So I do wish they kept the pitch of the voice somewhat similar. I have a deep voice and I've had one since being a teenager. I could imitate my dad on the phone. So I wish it was more code switching versus a complete voice change. I do think that would have made more sense, but they wanted to create that jarring feeling on purpose. So, um, what lessons from the rest of the Final Fantasy VII Remake saga have proven to be the most important to you as a developer, and how are they impacting the third entry in the saga? Now we're asking the real questions. Across the entire remake project, the guiding philosophy has been to progressively expand the scale of gameplay experience with each entry, rather than repeat the same experience. Final Fantasy VII Remake established an experience centered on engagingly centered on where was I? Oh yeah, Final Fantasy VII Remake established an experience centered on engaging deeply with the story and characters, while Rebirth moved toward an even more expansive experience that includes the world map. This series isn't about rehashing the same gameplay just because it's a remake. I consider this project where we pushed ourselves to ask, how much further can we expand the experience with each new entry? For the third installment, we're not thinking about simply wrapping up everything we've built until this point. Rather, we're focusing on how the scale of the series we've been aiming for could ultimately be realized as a complete experience. That way, that way of thinking is deeply reflected in our current development process. I think you could also look forward to the high wind, which I know many people are curious about. He laughed. I am too. Um, this may be the first time that we get true modern airships in a Final Fantasy game. I am not counting the Regalia Type F because fuck that shit. I like the idea of the Regalia Type F, but controlling it is such an abomination, like landing it and all the other stuff. But also, too, because we're limited to one continent, we're not able to truly fly the Regalia Type F around the world. Plus, you can only get it after you beat the game, which I get it, right? Because you can say, well, yeah, with a lot of FF games, like the airship is mostly for post game content, but it's like it just would have made it like it makes a good story moment to get the airship. And we did not get the airship like in that way. Imagine being able to fly from Angel Guard and Altissia. I mean, originally, brother, like you would have been able to do that until they cut the rest of the open world because they ran out of time and likely budget. So if they could do an airship in 7, 8, and 9 and Ace Combat exists on modern consoles, it can be done, right? So I'm really looking forward to it. I thought that it was sorely missed in Final Fantasy 13. I get why they didn't have it in Final Fantasy 13, although it's funny because Final Fantasy 13 has the most amount of airships in it outside of like maybe like Final Fantasy 12. You were constantly looking at a cutscene where you're in an airship in FF13, and then you can never actually fly it. You can never actually interact with it. I do think like an airship mini game or something in that game would have been like really cool, would have really added to the experience, but they were having um, all kinds of other issues. You can't have airship control down in a hallway. I mean, that's actually what's funny is that the airship in Final Fantasy 13 was still a goddamn hallway. That cutscene looks like it came out in 2050. I know. All the airship cutscenes in Final Fantasy 13 are amazing. But I just wish that you got to control one in that game. And then I'm gonna say another controversial thing that's gonna like um, make everyone hate me. But I really did not like the airship quest in Final Fantasy 16. I really, really, really did not like it. Um, it basically ended in mid being like, I'm not going to make airships because airships will be used for war. And I just felt like, are we not going to make airplanes because they might be used for war? The internet can be used for war. There's cyber warfare. Like, are we going to stifle scientific innovation for like based on like what can be used for war and like what can't? I really dislike that conclusion. Um, because a lot of things that can also save lives and advance humanity can, yeah, be used for destruction. So, like, should we get rid of every invention that possesses a duality to it? Right? Like, I really didn't. I really, really, really didn't like. Um, yeah, yeah. Well, now we don't have magic or technology. This world is fucked. Yeah, that's like I didn't. Yeah, I didn't really like that approach. And that excuse for like why there is no airship is because the airship might be used for war. I did not think that's one of those quests where it's obvious the game was designed first and written second. Yeah. 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 I really did not like, but also too, the framing of that is strange because does that mean every other Final Fantasy is pro war because they have an airship? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like, what the, I do get, like, I intellectually, I understand what the message was supposed to be. I just really did not agree with it. And you can write like a 20-page essay for me explaining it. And I understand, but it's just like fundamentally, like, when it comes down to it, I'm just like, that's not, I just don't agree. I just don't agree. Yes, you will invent something that leads to like it being used in war, but that does not mean that like it should not be made. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, let's move on to the next one. Yeah, it's a false dichotomy. Yeah. What can you tease about that next entry in the trilogy? I'm not able to share concrete details at this time. What I can say is that the development itself is proceeding on time and on schedule. We believe it'll be a title we can deliver with confidence as the culmination of the trilogy. We know many fans are eagerly waiting, and preparations toward the announcement are steadily underway. Please look forward to just a little longer. Can't wait. Can't wait. Given the natural surprises that occur during development cycles, what has surprised you the most about Final Fantasy VII remakes, and how have they come together? Spending more than a decade working on the same AAA title is an extremely rare experience for a developer. Even now, I'm taken aback to know more than 10 years have passed without me realizing it since I first began working on the Final Fantasy VII Remake series. At the same time, now that the end of the trilogy is clearly in sight, I feel a strong sense that we'll be able to deliver this final installment with confidence. I'm also struck by the fact that even after dictating over a decade of my career to this project, I feel no negativity about that time at all. I simply feel a renewed sense of gratitude toward FF7 for giving me the opportunity to work on something truly worthy of this level of time and commitment. Very true. Very awesome. But maybe not so awesome the idea of working on a single game for a decade. I guess it's not a single game, but he kind of describes it as like a single game. And I mean, it kind of is, but it isn't, but it is. And yeah, I really cannot imagine, like, holy shit, guys, like working on a single project for 10 fucking years. That is so crazy, man. Can you imagine dedicating a decade of your goddamn life to one thing? It's hard. However, that's not the only FF7 interview today. There is another one. This game is coming a lot sooner than you might think. Currently, I'm thinking that this could be announced as soon as Summer Games Fest. Because Jesus Christ, dude, Hamaguchi has already completed 40 full playthroughs of Part 3. This is crazy. Personally, I cannot imagine playing a video game 40 times back to back to back to back. Now, if you're a speedrunner, this shouldn't be too surprising, right? Like if you're a speedrunner, that's what you do, right? Like maybe you stream and you load it up, right? Like that's fine. That's fine. But for a normal person, and he's probably not speedrunning this every time, he's like sitting through there playing through it. Is Hamaguchi jobless? Yes. Big unemployed Hamaguchi, director of Final Fantasy VII Retrilogy. They should hire somebody employed next time. That's what they should do. Okay. Here is what the article says. Final Fantasy VII fans are eagerly awaiting news on the upcoming final installment in the remake trilogy, but if you're worried or anxious about the status of its development, then a recent comment from Naoki Hamaguchi might bring you peace of mind. We've recently interviewed Hamaguchi-san and asked how the third game is progressing, and to our surprise, he confirmed that he's already completed over 40 full playthroughs. That's quite an accomplishment, but we imagine it's probably necessary to ensure the experience works as intended and doesn't contain any nasty surprises. Here's what he had to say. We're very excited about how the game is currently progressing. I have completed over 40 full playthroughs. I can't wait for as many people as possible to experience the game for themselves, and myself and the team are working hard to ensure we can create an unforgettable gameplay experience. There's no release date on the third entry yet, and we still don't know its full title, but we're confident an announcement can't be too far off at this point. In fact, when questioned about the short gap between the release of Remake and Rebirth on Switch 2, Hamaguchi-san may have subtly hinted at the idea of closing the trilogy far soon after, maintaining a steady cadence of launches to tell the overarching story. With large-scale titles like this one, it's common for a long gap to exist between the first and second installments. However, because they were ports, we decided we could deliver them without leaving much of a gap. We wanted to capitalize on this cadence and moment to tie the experiences together without any gaps from Remake to Rebirth to the third installment that lies beyond them. Very cool. But yeah, if he has played this over 40 times, that means that the game is pretty damn complete. Not complete, I should say, but it is closer to complete than not. Just the fact that there is a full game to play through suggests that it is complete in a lot of ways. For people who are not familiar with game dev, it is often the case that a game in development is usually just like a bunch of parts that have not been stitched together yet. And so there are some parts of the game that are really far ahead, and then there are some parts of the game that are really far behind. And as you go through the game, you kind of have to use like dev tools and level editors and jump around. But this suggests that he has played through an actual completable video game, which again means that things have progressed to the point of where the game is together. He is playing a functional, maybe not functional, because I'm sure that there is still plenty of bugs and rough edges. However, he's playing a product that is closer to the side of completion rather than the side of incompletion. If you ask me, Part 3 would have already been announced and maybe even out by now had Kiryu not done those huge internal delays on all projects to clean up release schedules of everything. So the game is probably way further than we might think it is. Yeah. And I am willing to bet that a lot of damn good projects were canceled in doing so. And also, yeah, a lot of slop was also probably a lot of slop was also probably taken out and put in the trash. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Final Fantasy VII Remake 3. I think it's going to be really exceptional. I do think that the remake games, in terms of gameplay, have just been the fundamental right direction for the series. I put out a video talking about how I do think that turn-based is also an option for them, and that is still the case. I do think that if they put out a turn-based Final Fantasy, that would also be a great option for them in terms of dev cost. A lot of people wrongly, and I don't know how, because I didn't say it even once, chat. I did not say it one time. I did not say once that turn-based games sell more. And yet I look in the comments and people are like, why are you saying that turn-based games sell more? I said they seem to sell good if there are good games. They don't have like a cap on them in the way that people think that they do. And their dev costs seem to be a lot more manageable than a lot of the action games that they're putting out. And people just flip the fuck out. But that being said, if they continue on action, if they continue making a AAA game, if they continue to believe that action is the way in which they want to continue to grow their audience, then the FF7 re-trilogy style of game is what I most hope to see going forward. Because I really do love this battle system. There are definitely a lot of things with the world exploration that need to change. But I think that they have a solid foundation. And once we have an airship flying over a world map for the first goddamn time properly, again, we're not counting 15 because it's an airship over one continent and landing it sucks. It did make an attempt though, and I applaud that. But to have a proper airship flying over an entire world map that is explorable is going to be a very monumental thing for modern Final Fantasy. It's going to be the first time that we have had this since Final Fantasy fucking 9. It has been a long ass time. It's been a long ass time. So this is huge. It really cannot be overstated just how important this is as a moment for the series. And hopefully 7R3 will have all of the moments that are all of the FF gameplay stuff that we want going forward. 27 years at least by the time this comes out. God damn. 27 years, chat, since we've been able to fly an airship over a world map proper. I guess if you count like Type 0, maybe it's a little less. But in terms of like the mainline stuff, in terms of the big budget stuff, yeah, this is like the first time in almost 3 decades you're actually going to be able to fly a world map, fly an airship over a world map. I almost said fly a world map over an airship. I think that would be funny. That'd be way funny. But yeah, I can't wait, and hopefully we're not going to be waiting too much longer. So Yeah. And Type Zero, I don't think you get the airship until after you beat the game is less impactful. I can't remember. It's been so long. NSP getting a flying Subaru this Christmas. Apparently, bro, they have flying cars in China already, or so I've heard. They're like very low levels of flight, but they're like little flying cars. Like, yeah. Crazy because it's not just FF, also for video games in general. We haven't seen a huge scale AAA RPG do it. Yeah, I know. So that's why I also think that like one of the important like big things that FF17 could do is bring back the airship, obviously, because 7R3 is going to do it. And I mean 7R3 can do this too, but advertise that like really market heavily and design the game around the fact that you get a fucking airship. And this is a AAA RPG where you fly an airship around a massive world. Like, let that be the selling point. Do you guys also know like a game series that was AAA that used to let you fly an airship around a massive world and people loved it? It was called Final Fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the things about Final Fantasy is just like, oh hey, we're doing this, but we're doing this with a big AAA budget. And so it feels like there is no other game. I mean, because technically there is no other game on the market that does that, right? Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Is Xenoblade X a joke to y'all? I mean, no. You're right. Xenoblade X is there, but Xenoblade X is like not really like it's not like really a AAA story game though either. Isn't Xenoblade X like super minimal on narrative? If I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong, but it's not like a hugely like narrative game. But also, I don't know if I would call Xenoblade games like AAA necessarily. On the narrative side, yes, but it compromises with everything else. The side quests are the main quest, if that makes sense. Yeah, Xenoblade is low AAA IMO. That would make sense. Like on like the lower end of AAA. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Uh, I don't know. I hesitate to call most a lot of Nintendo stuff AAA. Um, People are reluctant to call anything with anime art style AAA. That's fair. That's fair. Um, but it's not necessarily because of that. But that is also true. But like for example, but also too, I think that people like, and I say this because even people who enjoy those styles, sometimes view them as cheaper than they actually are. But like, for example, people, I mean, the Hoyoverse games are AAA as fuck. So those are anime games that are AAA, right? Like those are triple motherfucking A. Um, it just depends. No one wants to admit that Chinese gotcha games have bigger budgets than AAA games we're used to. I would go as far as saying that Chinese gacha games are you're gonna hate me for saying this. Chinese gacha games might be quadruple A. I know, I know. Piss on me, please. But I would actually describe Chinese gacha as like bordering on perhaps an additional A from what we currently describe as triple A. I hate that, but you're right. Chinese gacha is quadruple A. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry. I know I hate it too. Like, I hate that that's even like a term that I have to use because it's so stupid, bro. But it's so silly. But it kind of is kind of quadruple A, like low key, high key. It is. You modded the title to say Versus 13. That's because we're playing Versus 13. What are you talking about? This is the remaster of Versus 13. You never played PlayStation 3 Classic Final Fantasy Versus 13? Boy, do I feel sorry for you. Let me do something real quick. Yeah, it's just so funny. Once you actually realize what the logo means in this game, how ridiculous 15's interpretation of it actually is, right? Because this logo is meant to be Etro sleeping on her throne with the moon behind her, and the moon is also acting as her eye. And then there are souls flowing into the eye, right? Into the eye of Etro, which are flowing basically into the unseen realm. And then you look at the story that they wrote for Final Fantasy 15, and like literally fucking none of that is in there. Right? And in Final Fantasy 15, they were basically just like, oh, this is Luna. It's Luna, guys. You know, from the hit chapter 9. I can't even say from the hit video game Final Fantasy 15, because really it's just from the hit chapter 9. Luna Freya. She made a cameo in the Kingsglaive movie, and then yeah, guys, you remember her. You remember Luna? Lunafred from the 9th chapter. I'm still on the fence about the eye theory. Your video is cool and compelling, but then what would be the light in the sky that you see? Oh, I talked about that. That light in the sky is not actually the gate. That light in the sky is the souls flowing to the unseen realm. I don't think it's actually the gate. And I think, as a little bit of a teaser, there's going to be a piece of content coming soonish that will further convince you, perhaps, if my latest video did not, that I think you will find very compelling. If you are a Versus 15 fan, maybe you should keep an eye on my channel next weekish, because I'm gonna have something happen on there that
what? I've heard this sound before. On the train, just before your weapons failed you. It's nearby, and it may hold the key to restoring your power.
Okay, so we're gonna finish chapter 13, and then we're gonna play episode Ignis.
This thing? Hey, buddy. Could you try to stick together? Door's locked. It's coming from within. Is there no way through? There's a way.
Is the game rendering at 1080p? 1440.
So, MTs, they've got those code prints. Just like I do.
Do they? Never looked.
Yeah. So, as it turns out, I'm one of them.
Just found your channel this
Not
week?
exactly something I
Oh,
could
that's
tell
awesome.
people
Thank you,
growing up
Carlos.
in Lucis. Still, you guys are like the only friends I've ever known. I just hope that things can stay the way they were.
Whatever. Who cares where you were born? I don't see you turning against us. Not now or ever.
Thanks, guys. Still, I can't change where I came from.
I think you got your YouTube stream set to high delay.
Since
Yeah,
when
it's
does
because
where you come from matter to you?
the quality is better.
Never once treated me as a prince.
It's got you there.
But I could turn it
There's
down
so
if you
much as a
guys like
highness.
We're
want
done
better,
here. Come on, crown citizen.
want it to be like less delayed. Yeah.
You're one of us, right? Unless you'd rather not be.
Yeah, the YouTube stream is like twice the bit rate, by the way. Like literally twice the bit rate. So you kind of have an option on that front. Like if you want to watch in higher quality, then YouTube's kind of the place to do. But like if like it being like 5 or 10 seconds behind the Twitch version bothers you, then you can watch in Twitch and get more like real-time interaction. So I have my own performance and graphics mode. I have my own performance and graphics mode, guys. And this is just fucking crazy. We will talk more about this soon. This will also be something in a very exciting upload that is happening very soon. So please look forward to it. But we'll talk about maybe a little bit what happened with Mr. Eldercap. Roy Mustang, thank you so much for the super chat. Have you ever watched Princess Mononoke? Believe it or not, I have not. I actually haven't watched like a super ton of Ghibli films, believe it or not. So, yeah, I should probably watch that one. I hear that's like one of their best classics. So, this shit is just unbelievable, and it came in a patch later on. How the emperor of the country died, dude. This whole chapter is just like finding out that people are dead. It's so crazy. You find out that your brother-in-law is dead. You find out that the emperor is dead. Like, it's so weird how this chapter is the longest and the most butchered.
Did it work?
With the device down and out, Nox power should be up and running.
Go on, try it. All right. Moment of truth.
Oh!
We're back, baby.
Good game.
What a relief.
Let's roll.
Can once again travel to the past by calling Umbra at dormitories. Cool. Okay.
Ignis, stay close to me.
I can also probably just do that. Why even play the game? Why even play anymore, chat? Wait. Can I not? Okay, there we go. Let's equip the Ultima weapon and... dang. Ring of the Lucii, Fundago, dude. The ring wasn't always that powerful, by the way. It's like, it literally came after a patch. And that patch just fucking destroyed any semblance of balance in this game.
I see you decided to rock the ring.
Had to. No weapons, no friends, no choice, really. You know, somebody here's got to fight to rescue the crystal. Not to mention rescue all of your asses.
Spoken like a true king. About time.
I really love that line from Noctis.
Consider it again. Especially now that y'all have your weapons back.
And you deal with it. Yo. That fucking frame rate dip, that was crazy.
Feeling my way around.
The game like literally just froze for a second. Shadow Master Key, hello. That's pretty sick. Did this game ever have a semblance of balance to begin with though? That's fair. That's fair.
Where's that elevator?
Vanish.
Big splash, but this is something.
Who and who?
Our train drivers.
And soldiers. They can fend for themselves.
Literally one goddamn button. Are these new logs or are they the ones that we read before? The way produced exceptional. Yeah, we read those before. Let's see the map here. It looks like it's taking us back around to here.
Now then, the crystal. I'm guessing the way is locked.
Well, I guess it's a good thing somebody has keys to the whole
They're no better than
I guess I'll play the game. Gosh, okay. Nah, actually, let me use the ring. Crystal of Light, by the way, that does this. Like, Crystal of Light, chat, that does this. Come on. Hit me, bro. Hit me, bro. Hit me, bro. Is he gonna hit me? Come on. Okay. I guess he's not going to actually do anything. Roy Mustang, thank you for the super chat.
So, where'd you guys park the regalia?
How has Naoki, turn-based doesn't sell Yoshida, commented on the success of Expedition 33? Between Toriyama and Yoshida, who do you think is the bigger fraud? Okay, I don't think anyone's a fraud. That being said, to my knowledge,
Don't you think you've heard
Yoshida has
already?
not commented on Expedition 33 with any great deal of depth. So I don't actually know how he feels about it. However, I do think it challenges his notion originally that he thinks that it's not so much that he thinks that turn-based doesn't sell because he's produced turn-based games. His assertion was that a AAA turn-based game would not work. That was his assertion, which I think is false. And you do have to clarify, because if you don't clarify, people will be like, well, he's produced, you know, like FF Tactics Remaster or something, or Fintation, which is all fair. But yeah, it's not so much that he said that a turn-based game could not succeed. It's that he does not think that a AAA turn-based game could succeed, or like a big budget turn-based game could succeed. And yeah, I don't agree with him, obviously. on that scenario or on that idea whatsoever, because who the fuck's even trying it, right? To like really say that that's true or not. Nobody is really doing that. So while E33 is not AAA, it still felt the most AAA adjacent that we've ever seen a turn-based game be in the past few years. But yeah, honestly, Final Fantasy X was the last mainline game to be kind of strictly turn-based. I mean, you could kind of count like Final Fantasy 13 being like the last command-based game, but 13 sold pretty well. 10 sold really well. And I kind of actually don't know where the idea necessarily came from to them that they had to move to action in order to grow, because that's certainly the way that they talk about things. And that really hadn't been their experience leading into the decision to go with action combat. So
Hey, buddy.
I'm not sure where they got the idea that it wouldn't work, because if anything, they're the ones that literally proved that it worked. Remember, the first AAA video game ever was fucking turn-based as Final Fantasy VII, right? So that very idea is not correct, as evident by them. You know? Show the boys how much I missed them by shocking the living shit out of them. Poor Iggy. He didn't even know that one was coming. Yo, there's the Emperor. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, do you guys remember in chapter 13, verse 2, how poorly put on the Emperor's face is? Like they like photoshopped it almost like on to
By the crystal's light, we shall flourish. I shall arise as ruler of the world.
All right, things are looking up.
Let's see what we came
Mike,
for.
we've discussed things in comments, and I am going to keep talking about the topics that interest me. And combat styles and development budgets and the way developers approach making games is part of the things that interest me. So whether the first thing you hear is like when you turn on my stream is turn-based, well, when you turn on my streams, you're going to hear about the things that NSP likes talking about. I'm not for everybody. I will never try to be for everybody. I am ultimately invested in the things that I find enjoyable, and I understand that sometimes for some people that will make me ultimately annoying, and for some people that will make me based, and depending on the topic, you may find me based on one thing and cringe on the other, and that's fine. That's fine. I think I've reached a point in my maturity where I want to talk about the things that interest me and are true to me, whether that turns off some specific people or makes some people think I'm dumb or I talk about the same things too much, which I kind of do because that's just my it's the ADHD lock-in, brother. I can't help it.
So the central elevator's through here.
And out of the
And yeah, so you know, Mike, hey, like I appreciate you still clicking on the streams, even though you feel like that I'm talking about the same things that you think are like not interesting, and I should just stop talking about like that concept. That also, by the way, I mean, like 10 out of 16 of these games are turn-based. So How can I not talk about turn-based? Like, I just can't talk about Final Fantasy to some degree. I could only talk about like the latest 15, 16, 7R, right? So I can only talk about the latest 3 games, excluding the MMOs, right? So it's gonna come up. It's gonna come up, and it's not like a, look at the fucking Metal Gears. Magitex. But yeah, it's gonna come up. And again, I just got done talking about how I think that like FF7R's system is one of the most brilliant action RPG systems ever made. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there wouldn't be reasons for them to not do turn-based. My opinion is that everything is on the table to get the series to where it needs to be. And I don't think that's unreasonable. Is it? You guys tell me. I don't think it is, though.
Your Majesty, your precious crystal awaits you. To
Oh,
liven things
shit.
up, I thought I'd take you on a stroll down memory lane. Of course, memories decay with time.
We should talk about the latest NBA 2K release. So true. Hey, technically, this is a gun and ball game. Because you can shoot, right?
Is that Ravus?
Or
Let's
what's
go.
left of it?
That'll do.
Kino boss fight alert. Let's go.
Buzz off!
Is he gonna fight? Okay, there we go.
I'm fine. Take it over. Just accept the hell out of it. Gladio. Sorry to break this up.
Yo, how's everyone dead? I feel like I haven't been playing that bad. Then again, I feel like it doesn't even matter how you play this game sometimes, because... Oh shit, I should have warp striked out.
Sorry to break this up.
Did I just get shocked by my own fucking magic? How does that work? But there's so much you can talk about. Like you, okay. Okay, let's actually, 1 second. I'm gonna pause this video pause this game to make a point to you that I couldn't do over comments. Let's bring up my channel for a second here. I'm gonna bring up my channel. Let's see, where is OBS? And let's look at my channel. Let's go to videos. Here is one video where I talk about turn-based. Let's look for the next video where I talk about turn-based. I maybe mention it in this one, where I say, no, actually I talk about the potential of 7R devs. Yeah, I talk about the potential of reusing 7R's combat in this one. So no, I didn't talk about turn-based in that one. The biggest issue with Final Fantasy gameplay right now, actually that one was deliberately not about turn-based. I might have vaguely mentioned turn-based in this one, in like one of these two. Actually, okay, this one for sure. How turn-based games created and abandoned AAA. 9 months ago. So between this one video and the last video I made about turn-based combat specifically, it's been 9 months. And then after that, maybe I probably talked about it in like one of these Claire Obscure videos from a year ago. So do I actually have that many videos talking about turn-based? I don't think I do. So I think that it's not the case, from going back through this, that I have this obsession where I'm just talking about turn-based so much. It seems more like you have this sensitivity to me talking about it, and because you keep running that through your head over and over again, you seem to think that I talk about it all the time. Furthermore, actually, the idea of it being engagement driven, and I get a ton of engagement from turn-based videos where I talk about it. Okay, actually, to be fair, I guess I do mention turn-based here in the Unk problem video. So that's true. So you could say that I mentioned it there. But even then, that was a month ago. So, and that was relevant to what we were talking about, and then I actually spun off the other video. But even still, 8 months between me talking about turn-based as the topic for a video. And the Unk video only had that as a sub-point. In terms of the videos where I talk about turn-based, this one has 18,000 views. This is actually on the lower end of my performance. And the other video I made where I talk about turn-based, that was one from a year ago, but that was more about just like a Claire Obscure preview, where I was just like, this is a really fun battle system. Yeah, that one only got like 14,000 views. So realistically speaking, most of the times I talk about turn-based, actually it doesn't get any views. Like literally no one fucking cares. Like so yeah, I talk about it sometimes because it's a thing that interests me, but like objectively speaking, like yeah, you're probably right that like maybe only I care, but judging by the numbers, it doesn't actually get good engagement. It actually gets really poor engagement. Like no one fucking cares, but I care. So I do it anyway. Right, Mustang, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you always speaking your mind and being honest, NSP. I think FF10 is mid. You what? Brother. You made me say those words. Take it back. But I always look forward to hear you talk about it. Was FNC a huge waste of time and money? Thank you so much, Roy. I don't think FNC was a huge waste of time and money, but I do think that Square wasted a lot of time and money on it that wasn't necessarily true, for sure. And I think that if they had ran FNC more efficiently, it would have been great. That isn't true though. Maybe I just find it a topic that should have been resolved and laid to rest. No. So if you follow my take on turn-based, like before, I was kind of with like the majority where turn-based was like, I was like, okay, maybe it's not necessary, right? Especially after the 7R system dropped. What made me bring turn-based back to the table was essentially when they said they didn't meet the sales expectations. So I started thinking on like ways that Final Fantasy could cut costs, and then turn-based naturally came back up as a consequence. And if you listen to my arguments about turn-based, my arguments aren't even like, oh, they need to go back to turn-based because they betrayed the fans and like these games aren't real Final Fantasies. That's not even the argument, right? There are other creators actually that do make those arguments, and I'm not saying that like that's necessarily good or bad or whatever, but I'm saying I don't make those arguments. My arguments tend to be rooted more in like what cause and effect are, right? And so my argument is that I think Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy combat should be the future, right? However, if they find a necessary need to cut costs, they could probably do that by going back to turn-based. And given that the brand has cultivated an audience that likes turn-based battle systems, they probably wouldn't be shunned for it or like feel like they couldn't do it. So they could majorly cut costs and people would probably like it. Like people would probably still be like really into it. And that to me is like the core crux of the argument for turn-based. And not the idea that like, not limited to the idea that just like, oh, Final Fantasy has to be turn-based. Because again, they've made an action system with 7R that I think is fundamentally Final Fantasy. But again, it's just an option for them. It's not like they must do turn-based or like they should stop making Final Fantasy games or anything that they make is bad or inferior or anything like that. If anything, I think, and this is just me, and maybe because it is me, I think this, but I think I have maybe the only refreshing argument with regards to turn-based that anyone has ever had in the series, right? Because everyone else just talks about like personal preference, and I'm actually talking about like what an actual delta for the series would be outside of just what my subjective preferences are for it. And obviously I do tell you, and I have my subjective preferences, right? Like if 16 sold really well, then I wouldn't like be a fan of FF continuing as a character action game, but it'd be the clear way to go, right? Like I would just have to shut the fuck up and learn to like it. Otherwise, you know, I could fuck off because that's what the majority is liking. However, because that is not the case, we are forced to reevaluate things. And because we are, that means that everything is back on the table. Anyways, sorry for that rant. Are you fucking serious? I'm not accepting that bullshit. Fuck you. Yeah, you have to warp strike out of that. There's no other way. It's so funny. I remember this fight being more trying when I first played it than now. But I guess I understand this game's systems a lot better.
A sorry end for the High Commander. For anyone. He was a man with hopes and dreams.
Ugh. It's horrible.
What kind of fiend makes demons of man?
The turn-based arc was because I replayed Final Fantasy X. Yeah, I'm a very high level. That's why we melted him, I think.
Company!
And even then, we still had the Phoenix down, so... Elder Cat. I don't think I can banish them, can I? Because this is for like a little scripted ass event. Did he just T-pose? When he went through the banishment? That's kind of funny.
Just keep coming.
He was asserting his dominance. I think so. Oh wow, I didn't do the thing right. That works so. Meant to do an armature chain.
What about you?
We'll manage somehow. Just keep moving.
You could still get to the crystal if you went on your own. Your friends will have to stay behind.
Give y'all a little last help before I run away.
Hangar gate closing. Please stand clear.
Oh yeah, I guess we should have played verse 2 at that
I don't envy
at the last rest stop or bed in thingy. You're right. Okay. After this, we will play verse 2. I have a save file that we can load up. Well, just let me. Like, you say you can do it from the menu? Like, where in the menu would you actually be able to do that? I mean, obviously not now, probably. But I have a save file that we can just go to and do that with.
If you wish to obtain the crystal,
You don't even need to save file in the main. Oh, there's a special menu. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Perfect.
Gate closing. Please stand clear.
I forget that it's on the title screen too. That's because it was chapter 13 verse 2 was released as like a demo for episode Gladio,
Gate closed.
basically.
Don't die on me.
Yeah, so 2024 I played Final Fantasy X, I played Metaphor ReFantazio, and I played Persona 3 Reload. And at that time, the discussions around Final Fantasy cutting costs were coming up, and it did kind of just feel like at that point in time, like, well, what would happen if they did go back to turn-based, right? Because these games are nowhere near the expense to produce. And one of the comments I got on that video was like, why do you care about the shareholder value? Which I thought was ridiculous. For starters, chat, I happen to make content on this series, so if the series is diminishing in popularity in any way,
do you
that
suppose
kind
your
of
dear
affects
friends
my
are still
business.
alive?
With Final Fantasy being one of the main games that we
Those
make
who
content
died
on
for
this
you,
game.
do
Obviously,
you ever
I
wonder
don't
what
only
went
make
through their
Final Fantasy
minds?
content, but it does
Can
impact
you even recall their final words?
my business quite a lot.
I'll come back for you all. I swear.
Well, yeah, we haven't progressed because we don't know what Square is up to, right? So,
How far
conversations kind of evolve as things
Crystal had better be here.
come along,
Everyone's counting on it.
and
Counting on me.
that's kind of like where that conversation came from, right, Mike? Is that like, the conversation is different when Claire Obscure first comes out versus like when it sells like 8 million, right? And then as that conversation evolves, then we kind of have to like reevaluate things, right? Like, NSP, you gotta diversify into gambling content if the series continues to decline. Yeah, which gacha would you like to see me? Which Chinese gacha would you like to see me cover? No, I'm just playing, but although, like, realistically speaking, Like that is like kind of the move, right? The crystal is so fucking evil. And I love how remnants of the crystal being evil are still in this game. But then when they rebranded it and changed it, they were like, "No, bro, the crystal's good. It's a light crystal. It helps people. It helps the kingdom of light." And it's just like, dude, listen to that crystal theme. Does that sound like the crystal of fucking goodness and light to you? It sounds like the crystal of fucking evil. Like, it's not a good crystal.
Your journey is over, Noct.
Okay. Bad audio mixing incoming. Let me actually see if, hold on. This should help. Oh, fuck. I accidentally canceled it. Okay. Let's see if that helps the scene.
Please. Help me stop the demons.
Unharmed by the light of the chosen king. Allow me to regale you with a tale. In an age long past, an incurable scourge ravaged mankind. A tiny menace that twisted men into monsters, the likes of which you've seen. In Lucis lived a savior who could cure the afflicted. His body would come to host myriad demons. Countless lives be spared.
That crystal got some real suck on it, don't it?
One chosen by the crystal, ostracized and demonized this healer of the people, making a true monster of him. I gave you my name earlier, but you should know that it was not a name given to me at birth. Arden Lucis Kylum is my proper name. You'll never guess whose name this Unia was. No, killing this immortal will bring me sweet satisfaction. Playing with the crystal's power, arise as its champion. Only once the crystal and king are no more.
Bro, I can't hear Arden over Noctis moaning from the crystal giving him the sloppiest top right now. Like, holy fuck. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. That's fair, Mike. You have a good one, man. I hope I didn't go too hard on you. I didn't mean to. But I will keep your feedback in mind when I invariably have to talk turn-based again. But I do appreciate you discussing that with me. Just know that anytime you guys want to discuss anything with me, direction, content, I'm not going to be closed-minded to it. I will, you know, take what you have to say. But I'll also kind of do what I feel like I need to do to talk about the stuff that I need to talk about. So In either case, have a good one, Mike. Hope to see you next stream.
The fate of this world falls to the King of Kings.
Yeah, the most important scene in the entire game
Divine light of the crystal.
has poor audio mixing. It's so funny.
So it is ordained, the revelation of Bahamut.
What is this place?
The heart of the crystal, wherein lies the soul of the star. And it is in this place that the king will gain the power to fulfill his calling. They stand against the darkness and abide in hope, sustained by faith unfaltering that their king shall arise and bring deliverance. By the covenants awakened, the Six have seen the coming of the prophesied hour. A time when the crystal shall have shed the entirety of its light unto the ring. Only then, once the sacred ring is replete, can the true king complete his ascension. And only by the true king's
Appreciate it,
hand
Mike.
can the immortal accursed be banished and the light restored to this world. It is the sole means to ending the immortal accursed. A power greater than even that of the Six, purifying all by the light of the crystal and the glaives of rulers past. Only at the throne can the chosen receive it, and only at the cost of a life his own.
This is such a weirdly tacked on scene for, again, the biggest plot twist in the game.
A man cursed with life eternal, whose immortality stems from the self-same scourge that wrought the demons. One so impure of body and soul was deemed unworthy of the crystal's light and forbidden to ascend. His mind twisted by spite and bent on revenge, the usurper came to bring darkness down upon our world. Only the true king, chosen by the crystal and guarded by his forebears, can end the accursed's madness.
Yeah, Bahamut was always evil. Like, it's so obvious.
The King of Kings shall be granted the power to banish the darkness, but the blood price must be paid.
Good people don't say the blood price must be paid. You know? Like,
many sacrificed all for the king, so must the king sacrifice himself for all.
name a good person
Now enter into reflection,
who has said the blood price must be paid.
Shine within.
God, man, these chapters, it's all just so incomplete, right? There are signs during chapter 1 through 9, but it's really chapter 10 through 15 where it's just like,
where the usurper awaits.
Okay. So let's play verse 2.
Throne and fulfill the calling of the true king.
I wonder if this scene even existed when they had the moon scene. No. No. In fact, I can't say anything else. I don't want to spoil the next week's video. But next week's but basically the video that we will soon be having on the channel is not in the realm of, let's say, it's not in the realm of fiction or fan theory. I'm going to have some hard things to produce that will be done, that will be said. Yeah, so you can't see the moon anymore here, which I think is fucked. I also can't save here. Dang. But we'll save and then we'll go to verse 2. And then episode Ignis.
Umbra.
Why is his face glitching out?
Be waiting. In Hammerhead.
The Chosen King's calling. Oh dang, we got a lot of ascension points. We can ascend, brothers. Yeah. Calling chapter 14 Homecoming is pretty fucking funny though, when you consider that like we have not actually been able to start at our home, and so
How long was I out?
it's just like the actual homecoming itself is just World of Ruin, cool idea, but again,
Demons everywhere.
I understand that people like the time skip version of these characters and the idea of it, but I actually think that doing a time skip was like one of the worst things they could possibly do here. So think about it, right? Like you basically have limited time and budget. Why would you jump things ahead 10 years, right?
Last man standing.
And the reason I want to emphasize that is because when you jump things ahead 10 years, you have to redo every character model in the game, right? I think that 1 year of sleeping in the crystal, damn it, would have been enough, right? But 10 years, I get the dramatic effect of that, but they had to do, again, redo every character model in the game. And all this other work when they could have spent that same time and budget focusing on just actually concluding the story in a meaningful way. They feel like a no minute left over. So I think that Versus 3 was meant to have something like this, right? Can I just banish these guys really quickly? Oh no, I'm out of. Let's see. One thing I also dislike is that Noctis is not discernibly more powerful or different as a result from having gathered the magic into the ring, right? For having gathered the crystal's power into the ring. And that has been something that I've always kind of been critical of because, like, you know, he doesn't get like an enhanced devil trigger or anything like that as a result of, oh, demon wall, hell no. Of having done this. It's just like he sleeps in there and then he wakes up and he plays the same. There's no difference between 20-year-old Noctis and 30-year-old Noctis. They, from a gameplay perspective, are the same exact guy. And so all his power went into him growing a beard. I know. You can tell he's more powerful because he has a beard. Yeah. Yeah, so there was no difference. And again, remember, the reason there is no difference, honestly, is because they didn't have time to make it happen. So they had to do what they had to do. I do like this World of Ruin more than the idea of 16, or like the visual of 16's World of Ruin, for sure, because the Primo Genesis, whatever the fuck you call it, that shit just ruined the gorgeous landscapes of Valisthea, unfortunately, with purple light. Whereas I do think that, yeah, this skybox, this World of Ruin, much, much more intimidating and dark and mysterious than the opposite. I think this is where we come across Talcott.
Something's coming. A truck?
They knew it too, and they undid it with Leviathan DLC. Yeah. That's what's like even more crazy.
It's me, Talcott. My grandpa served the Amicidia family.
Talcott?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes way. Welcome back, Your Majesty.
To be clear, Noctis is freaking out that out of all the characters they chose to put the budget in to show a time skip version, they chose fucking Talcott. That's why Noctis is saying Talcott? No way. It's because of that. Kingdom Trigger, thank you so much for this super chat. As good as FF7 our combat is, IMO, is flaw is that when I'm controlling Cloud, I can't simultaneously control where Barrett moves and if he dodges, etc. That level of control is what makes turn-based so good. Thank you so much, Kingdom Trigger. And I think you're right, actually. I think that's kind of like the cool thing about the turn-based FFs is that you were controlling all of the characters and you were controlling them all at once too. And that degree of control is not really possible in an action game due to the limitations of the human brain. So unfortunately, we're just not able to control like 3 or 4 characters in real time. And that is something that is possible with a turn-based game. And another thing too is that because action games, like making a single playable action character, is very time consuming and expensive, this has been one of the reasons why in the Final Fantasy action games, 15 and 16, they basically removed multiple playable characters. In this game, they eventually patched it back in. In 16, they decided to ship without it and never patch it back in. But that's like one of the reasons. And so, yeah, when we talk about turn-based versus action, it actually is the case that action has, like, people talk about action combat as if all other variables are equal, and then they just swapped out the style of combat. But unfortunately, in most cases, all the supporting systems around the turn-based system have also changed, which means that we end up kind of like with a different game altogether. But again, thank you, Kingdom Trigger. 16 never patching it makes it worse because Yoshida actually teased it. He did tease it. Well, actually, to be fair to Yoshida, he said if the PC version does well, they will do it. But the PC version did not do well from what we know. So, I mean, so to be fair, his promise was like still pretty accurately described. He didn't technically lie. So.
Yes, sir. That's right. Huh? Just a second. Said he wants to have a word with you.
He can have it in person.
He said you can have it in person. Okay. We should be there shortly, sir. Wow. I can't tell you how good it is to see you again.
Yeah, you sure look different, though.
You think so? Guess I've grown some these 10 years.
Oh, the cactars that we got
the
for
guys
him.
must be pinching themselves right now.
Holy shit.
Where are they, anyway?
Lestalem, more often than not, but they take a lot of trips to Hammerhead.
For
Miss Cindy. You know, back at the garage. She's a
Guys,
tough one,
I remember
but,
my heart falling out of my
when she needs a little extra
ass
muscle out on the road, she gives him a call.
when I first got to this scene.
Oh, speaking of which, the guys said they're near Hammerhead right now, so we'll be meeting them there. You know, ever since you disappeared, Your Majesty, it's been nothing but nighttime non-stop. Lestalem still has light thanks to the power plant, so just about everyone's taken refuge there.
only there?
Everywhere else has been abandoned. Demons moved in, forcing the people to move out. People still swing by the garage at Hammerhead from time to time, but it usually isn't for repairs. These days it's less of a service station and more of a slayer station, a base for demon hunting. The garage is still open though, one of the few places that is.
So, Sid, he's still alive and kicking?
He's kicking all right, just not as hard as before. He hasn't really been himself lately. At least, not since he moved out to Lestalem. Someone suggested he move.
It is cool that you can see all the demons
but old man
around.
Sid wasn't having it. He called it a big fat chocobo turd of an idea. Said it just wouldn't be the same anywhere else.
That sounds like Sid, all right.
Miss Cindy said she didn't mind either way. So the garage will probably stay put for a while. And without any tinkering to do, Ignis's gourmet seafood is about all Sid has left to look forward to. With all the demons prowling around, more folk were getting hurt. Or worse. So
This is so we ran out of fucking budget coded,
Iris the
like
Demon Slayer, they call her.
it
Gladio and the
doesn't
others,
get
they
more
lend him a hand
we
whenever
ran
they
out of
can.
budget coded
Prompto
than
spends most of
this.
his time hunting around Hammerhead.
I'm going to tell you
He
what
tries to
literally
impress Miss
happened
Cindy,
because
but she's
we don't
already
have
married to her work.
money
And Ignis.
or time to
Hunts
show it.
too. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He said if
The difference in
anything, he's
cutscene
more used to the
direction
darkness
and
than we are.
cinematography between
forgot his
15 and
vision
7R
back.
is crazy.
Afraid
Yeah.
not. But
7R
that
is
being said,
way
he
better at
gets
that.
by pretty
Thank
well
you
on his
again
own.
so much for the
Gladio
super
and
chat,
Prompto
Kingdom
usually
Trigger.
hunt on their own as well. It isn't often you see the three of them together.
I wish
nowadays.
Kingdom
They
Trigger
still
that
work
the
as a team
7R
every once in a
team
while,
made
but
this
each
game,
has
honestly.
His own set of tasks to keep him busy.
Is that so?
Like, this would be so much better if the 7R team
We've
made
arrived.
this.
Your Majesty, everyone will be so happy to see you. Don't worry. I won't be going anywhere. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Imagine FF15 with re-trilogy combat while maintaining most of what makes FF15's world design actually pretty good. I know. I know. Or imagine FF15 with Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix combat.
Hey,
Hey? That's all you have to say for yourself after all this time?
Knocked! It's you! It's really
I hadn't realized.
Well, well. You kept us waiting.
Not like I wanted to. We've got catching up to do.
Let's head inside.
Oops. He's about to die. Charge that. Okay. Let's save there. Oops. Okay. Return to title screen. Let's do verse 2 really quickly. And then let's start episode Iggy. I'm sad the bros don't hug him. I guess that's a Japanese thing. Yeah. I mean, in Western culture, we hug all the time, right? Like two guys, we hug. Hug brother, hug friends, hug girls. Like, yeah, it's like super normal. But in Japanese culture, they do not do that. Special, like, literally only has this. And, like, that's it. How did the boys grow beards if they weren't allowed in the crystal? Good point. When do they hug in like Japanese culture? I suppose if you're in like a romantic relationship. But yeah, I suppose like you probably wouldn't like hug like your brother or something. I don't know that for sure.
Is there a way forward?
This is just my understanding of it,
but I don't see us going forward without
probably not much hugging, really.
But now
probably
Noct
not
is
like a
facing him
thing.
alone. There must be some way we can help him.
Perhaps I could be of service.
What are you doing here?
Why, I come bearing gifts.
The hell?
See? Gifts. Now, I believe a thank you is in order.
For what? Another one of your stupid tricks?
Here I am, helping for a change, but I can see I'm not wanted.
I'm loath to trust him.
Same. But at this point, we need all the help we can get.
Yeah, it is interesting that the English version of that scene shows more restraint
I ought to be more cautious.
than the
Anything were to happen to Noct,
Japanese version.
Can't move forward if you're always looking backward.
But
Quit thinking about what you could have done then, and start thinking about what you can do now.
Right. What's done is done.
I kind of like both versions of that scene. I like when he tells them I love you, and I like when he just says you guys are the best.
So if we can conjure our weapons again, does that mean Noct can too?
I have a feeling the Chancellor isn't so generous.
I think both
How come?
He may have feigned
really
friendship,
have a
but
lot
he's
of value
proven
to
a
him.
foe before. We'd best be careful.
It's funny because in this, again, they made it to be a demo for episode Gladio, and this is the only time they did that, by the way, because they don't do it for episode Ignis or episode Prompto. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for another super chat, man. Is it weird I don't want Ishikawa to write Evercold? Because if she isn't, to me, that confirms she's writing Final Fantasy 17. This is all a conjecture. No, I completely understand from that POV, dude. Like, especially from that POV. I would like for her to be writing 17 as well. I think the ultimate way to bring together the best of what Creative Studio 3 has done and the best of what Creative Studio 1 has done would be to have a game that is... Oh, fuck, I fucked up Duel Master. No. Is to have the game be like a Hamaguchi-directed game with Ishikawa writing. I think that'd be like really awesome. Yeah, but I don't think that they're gonna let her be on 17. And the reason I think that they're not gonna let her be on 17 is because, one, I think that 17 is already in development at Creative Studio 1. I think that they have their writers already working on it, whether that's Nojima or somebody new. And I think that they really want her back on 14. I'm assuming that she is back on 14 because the guy who wrote Dawn Trail cost them probably a lot of money. Like, let's just be realistic about this, because a lot of people did quit the game for Dawn Trail, and I do think that, like, FF discourse can be really defensive about, I mean, FF14 players especially can be, like, really defensive, but, like, let's just be real. Like, there are definitely not as many people playing 14 right now as there have been during previous patches. Like, I think arguing anything like else is probably not rooted in reality. How much is subject to debate because we don't know the exact numbers, but it has definitely declined in a substantial enough way. They would not be investing more money into 8.0 if they thought they could get away with spending the same amount of money. It's because shit hit the fan with Dawn Trail that they're willing to put more money
I'll take it.
into FF14. So, yeah, it's very clear that 14 is not in a high point right now. And I'm willing to bet they got Ishikawa back from whatever she was working on.
This is the Imperial Security Bureau. A situation has arisen in several research sectors. All civilians must relocate to their designated refuge stations immediately. Failure to evacuate.
Yeah, but you have to think, though, that for them, 14's guaranteed success might be more top priority for them than Final Fantasy 17.
You think that situation is us? Or something
in
else?
A way.
The latter, I presume. Whatever it is must be a matter of considerable scale to warrant such a
14's going to make a lot more money probably long term.
Keep your ears open. These broadcasts might help us understand what's going on outside.
They probably are very, very deeply concerned with 14's performance. So that probably matters to them as a top priority type thing, you know? How long do I think 14 is going to last?
Jeez.
In
These
terms
things
of
gone haywire or
active
something.
expansions, at least another 8 years. In terms of how long it will last, like the servers beyond, fuck, bro, it could be like another 20 or 30 years. FF11 is still going, and while I assume 14 is a lot more expensive to run than 11's data centers, I also assume that people will still play FF14 for years to come. Kingdom Trigger, thank you for another super chat. I feel like if she was writing Evercold, they would announce it at FanFest for easy PR. Could I be wrong though? I don't think they've announced any of the staff members yet for Evercold. Am I wrong, chat? Well, actually, I am wrong because they announced the battle planner for Evolved mode, but I don't think that they've announced too many of the other devs on Evercold, so we don't know who's writing it. It could be the same guy, and you're right, because it could be the case that, like, maybe they aren't talking about it because if they talk about it,
we might have found the control room.
and it's the same guy as Dawn Trail,
Monitors and stuff.
then
help us monitor the rest of
that
the
would
keep.
definitely be negative
Does
press
anything look
for most
operable?
people. Maybe not most people, but a good number of people who enjoy, who did not enjoy Dawn Trail. What is Niflheim's flag supposed to be? It's like 2 dragons. That's really interesting. Because in the context of this story, I don't even know what the fuck their flag is most meant to symbolize.
I'm more of a low-tech kind of guy, but I'll see what I can do. What have we here? Huh. Looks like they wiped everything.
All of it?
Yep. Wait, I got something. There's one surveillance tape they forgot to erase. Almost like they wanted us to see it.
Well, then we best have a look. Whatever's on that tape might help us locate Noct and Prompto.
Not seeing anything on Duellum's number myself, but I do know the new Dragon Quest mobile game just hit 5 million downloads. I didn't care if you also saw that news earlier today or not. No, I didn't.
Of my precious...
Oh, here it is, chat.
By the hand of the Oracle, they are with the king now, their rightful owner. And someday soon he shall use them to purge our star of its scourge.
But the crystal is mine. I am the one true king.
Nay, it is Noctis and none other. Certainly not a puppet of the darkness and the demons it has borne.
You are the puppet, and you must die.
At last you have arrived, Noctis. The gods have shown you their favor. As blood of the Oracle, I present you your father's glaive. Now, go forth, my king. Shine your light unto the world.
Spare me your sycophancy. I've indulged your false heroism for far too long.
You tried to save the world in my stead, but it wasn't enough. The crystal chose me, not you.
The way he just throws that on him. It's just so
Egyptian
savage, bro.
doesn't it?
Oh my god.
Was that Noct?
No, just that scumbag Chancellor posing as him.
It sounded like Ravus tried to return His Majesty's sword.
Yeah, guess he finally got over his grudge. Even called Noct his king. Let's move. If that's what he did to Ravus, there's no telling what he'll do to Noct. Looks like Arden bought himself some time.
The biggest
Then
takeaway
we've
for
none to waste.
me
We need to find Noct before he
in the
does.
FF14 FanFest is that the cash shop is going to be rammed with even more stuff going forwards. That whole new changing animations for skills thing, I just know there will be so many on the store and SE is going to rake in the money. Yeah, because animations aren't cheap, right? And so to swap out animations for skills, I have a tough time thinking that with their current existing pipeline, they're just going to be cranking out more animations that you can just unlock and customize your character with. I'm sure that some will be free in the game. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like it's going to be like a completely free thing. I mean, like a completely paid thing. But I do think that the reason it exists, majorly speaking, is probably for cash shop monetization. I agree, Rossi. That's probably the
Looks
primary.
like some sort of cargo bay.
Then there's a high probability
Primary
the crystal
purpose
passed
behind
through
it.
here at some point in time. Is there a lift nearby that could be used to transport it?
Not over here. Might be something up ahead.
You never heard of verse 2 until today? You didn't know this existed? That's crazy. And that's also why this playthrough is important, because some people they put Final Fantasy 15 down after they first played it, and they have no idea that they patched the, like, I don't want to say the rest of the game in, but a lot of the rest of the game got patched back in the form of things like verse 2. Yeah, a lot of people straight up just don't even know this shit is in here, bro.
Try this. Any last words?
So many people don't know anything beyond the Crown update version 1.2. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's crazy. Like, even when I was talking to Mike, Resident Arc Mike, he hadn't played any of the DLCs or any of the post-release content. He played the game at launch, and then I'm like, dang, brother, it's like a whole ass different game when you come back. A game that is still not complete, but at least is a lot closer to being complete and a lot more comprehensive than what they first launched with, which did not even have Ravis's death told at all. It was just a complete mystery how he died. So for all those people, like, they don't even know how Ignis went blind. Like, that's just like a thing that happens in the game that's never explained, you know? I really do wonder how much those DLCs sold. But part of me also thinks that while a lot of this game's DLC was free, I also kind of think shame on Square for, like, having that much paid DLC to begin with. It was very affordable, but it's just like, this should have been a Cyberpunk situation, right? Like, Cyberpunk, they overhauled the game for free, and they gave you Phantom Liberty, which was brand new content, right? And I feel like they fucking destroyed any semblance of consumer trust by launching this game's 1.0 version and then never doing like fuck all to like properly address everything that was wrong here.
We ought to be close to the
when am I going to be in the UK with
And
Mike?
probably where they're keeping the
Next
crystal.
month,
And
June
most likely we're
13th.
not just headed as we
Is it?
speak.
It's one of those. Some mid-June. I forget the exact day myself. But mid-June. Yeah. I mean, I straight up think that... And listen, let's also be real here too for a second. They would not have done what they did with Cyberpunk if Cyberpunk didn't launch in a fucking unplayable state. Like, if Cyberpunk was even remotely playable at launch, they probably wouldn't have apologized for it in the way that they did. But I think they needed to do a lot more to win back consumer trust when they launched this game in the state that they did. And that was part of the point of the second anniversary, which was going to be paid, but at the very least, you could say that they were going to do it, right? And you could always get it on sale, whatever. But here, they just fucking canceled it. And they told you to go fuck yourself, basically, if you want the actual rest of the content, dude. It was just so crazy. It was so crazy. The good news is that, you know, with Final Fantasy VII Remake, it's such an integral project, and it's such a project that they cannot back down from, that they couldn't cancel it even if they wanted to. And I'm sure that the corporate heads saw like Rebirth not selling what they wanted to, and then the fact that Part 3 will probably sell less than Rebirth just because of You know, like there's no way the third part is going to sell more than Rebirth. At best, part 3 will sell as much as Rebirth. But I'm sure that part of those corpos, they just wanted to be like, you know what, fuck it, pull the plug. We're canceling part 3. But they knew that if they cancel part 3, it would damage Final Fantasy and the Square Enix brand beyond repair. Like there would just be no recovering from that whatsoever.
Then we're close. Do you see any sort of control
So,
panel?
did I miss episode Ignis? No. We're about to start episode Ignis now after this. We wanted to do chapter 13, verse 2
If
first.
it's anything like the Citadel, there should be a barrier barring access.
Well, then we unbar it. You just tell me what to do.
Right.
Cyberpunk and FF15 are actually weirdly very comparable given the whole multimedia approach and poor initial launch. Suppose the biggest point of difference besides Cyberpunk actually fixing the game was the majority of the media came after launching the game to supplement it. 15 just threw shit at the wall, seeing what stuck. Yeah, that's because Cyberpunk is mostly a complete narrative.
Thieves cannot escape the hand of justice.
And Final Fantasy 15 is not. Although Cyberpunk's narrative is also like a little short too. And I think that came from so much stuff being cut as well.
The power, all of it.
Here it comes. Oh my god, dude. Did you guys see how bad they put the face on there? It's so fucking bad. It's so bad, dude. Maelstrom? Oh, yes. My beloved. Duel Master. Oh, brother, hit the right target.
Any last words?
Any last words as he hits literally fucking nothing. Awesome. Damn, enemy tails in this game. Like, Gladio gameplay is really cool, but the enemy tails are not built for this type of like parry gameplay. Like at all, they're not built for it.
Try this.
Ah, fuck, I hit the wrong button. Well.
I can't hear it anymore. Is it dead?
Not yet. Thing just disappeared. You never seen one that talked like that before.
No one's so fixated on the crystal.
I thought Irenaeus of the demons were
It may be
afraid
like
of the
moths
crystal.
to a flame. Or it may be
I did
one
up
of
to the
Empire's
first dungeon in
alternative
Shadowbringers, and I'm
Whichever
already
it is, that
invested, bro.
monster's still on the
The
loose.
world
We
ending
need
leading
to
to the
find
type
it
of
before
society
it
in the
finds
first
no
has me
way out.
locked in. Dude, it's so good. It's so good.
Oh dear, I can see the light fading from your friend's eyes.
Legitimately up there with Final Fantasy 7 and 10 as like that story that's like gonna like bring you back into like FF in like the biggest way possible. The world building in Shadowbringers is good. The characters are good. Emmett Selk is the GOAT. Shadowbringers is just so... Bro, I start talking about Shadowbringers, I get bricked the fuck up because that game is really good. But also too, Shadowbringers is like the FF7 of 14 in more ways than one, where it feels like we've never been able to overcome it. You know? It feels like, yeah. Where it's like, that's it, folks. And, yeah, so. Yeah, it's just... Endwalker is good, though. But I don't think Endwalker is as good as Shadowbringers, if I'm honest. And I don't think anyone really disagrees with that for the most part.
If that son of a bitch...
Endwalkers are really, really good, though.
Can't you hear that?
Hear what?
Nock's voice. I heard it. Clear as day. This way. Follow me.
Hey! Wait up!
Yeah, it's so fucking goofy. Yeah, and like I said, this was basically... it was basically just a demo for episode Gladio, and basically to give you an option to skip chapter 13 for some reason in the game. I keep trying to tell Baby Seal we miss him. He's gonna eventually be back. He's still recovering, kind of, but he's good. Okay, we are going to start episode Iggy. I hope you guys are ready. Yeah, I think that every new expansion, they're going to add a new expansion to the trial, which is kind of crazy because they're delaying the amount of time that it takes for people to have to pay for the game. Endwalker has plenty of goat, have the goat plenty of aura moments. Gave the goat plenty of aura moments. Who's the goat, you ask? Of course, Xenos. Yes. It's awesome, but I would still have to say that I think that Shadowbringer still clears overall. Did Baby Seal tell this story on stream? I think so. Maybe like the last stream he did like one stream not too long ago where he did that. Okay, let me go to the bathroom really quickly, and then we will start Ignis. One second. That. It is time. Time to relive the goat. Yeah, it's Yasunori Mitsuda.
Listen well. A king cannot lead by standing still. A king pushes onward always, accepting the consequences and never looking back. That said, a king can accept nothing without first accepting himself. Should he stand still, I ask you to stand by him and lend him a hand, as his friend and as his brother.
Oh, you're right.
Take care of my son.
I'll have to buy episode Ardent. Oh, fuck, you're right. I should buy it right now. How much is it right now? I only have it on PlayStation.
I'm afraid I must ask your forgiveness.
It's $2. Okay, good deal. We'll grab it.
Knocked! Do you read me?
Do you know if he's okay?
Trial should be over by now, right?
Can't tell a bloody thing from here. Let's make for the altar.
So the guy who directed episode Ignis was going to be in charge of directing the entirety of season 2, by the way. Because each DLC had its own director. And I think after they saw what like episode Ignis's like director had cooked, they basically put him in charge of like all of season 2. And now we will never get to see what he cooked. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Takefumi Terada was episode Ignis's director, right? I believe so. I believe that was his name. I have to like go back and look it all up. But I remember being hyped about season 2 because of that. Yeah, it's strange because episode Ignis has better production values than the actual fucking game. And like, not by a narrow margin either. I think if the director and team and the engine were all at the state of episode Ignis, when they started this project, we would have got something a lot closer to what it is that we wanted.
Iggy, I thought you were a goner.
It'll take more than little seawater. I need a better vantage point.
Yeah, I agree. Episode Ignis is like some of my favorite FF content.
They've got eyes everywhere.
Spell daggers. Oh, let's move me up here. Shrink me a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Ignis gameplay truly is the versus epic. Episode Iggy's the bee's knees. Hello, fish fried cat. It certainly is, man. Episode Ignis is arguably some of the best FF content in general. I remember them saying, we're saving the best for last, when explaining why Ignis didn't come after Gladiolus. Then that teaser at the end of episode Prompto for Ignis, so good. Yeah, man. God dang, man. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay, there it goes. And then also the combat for Ignis feels better than the combat for Noctis. Like, again, by no small margin. Alejandro, thank you so much for the super chat for your DLC. Been watching your vids for years. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, Alejandro. I'm immediately going to go and buy episode Arden. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apparently, most of episode Ignis comes from Versus 13. I want to say that I've heard similar things too. That episode Ignis is like weirdly kind of true to some like early 15 Versus plot points, but I don't know how true that is. I have to look into it. Episode Gladdy is my favorite because we got Okabe battle on the big bridge. Yeah, that was also like a banger too. Why does it pause like that? There it goes.
Cease this!
Collect your thoughts and focus or dodge attacks and land counter strikes to fill the yellow meter. Then press triangle when the meter is full to gain total clarity, allowing you to attack multiple enemies at once. When you gain total clarity, your spell daggers perform differently depending on their elemental enchantment. Flame-bound daggers strike an enemy multiple times. Frost-bound daggers strike multiple enemies at once. And storm-bound daggers deal incredible damage to shocked enemies. Okay, good. Okay. Nice.
They just keep coming.
Okay. String together to increase your damage output. Okay. Well, if they die before I can use it, then that's kind of a problem, don't you think? Oh, one of them is still alive. Cool. Oh, okay. Thank you for that ice fire. That makes sense. And then there's a hook shot here, which also, like, again, this, like, makes me feel like maybe this was kind of actually meant to be, like, something that they had in mind for Versus. But, and this was, like, or not Versus maybe, but early 15, and you were meant to warp strike across these buildings.
Be safe.
Overtaking Altisha, press R to check their presence map. Press the right trigger to observe the Altisha from above. Also, the battle theme for this, dude, is just so good, man. Mitsuda Goat.
Attention, all units. The hydrogen has fallen to the Archean.
Check the Empire's strength in a given area from the fluctuating power balance graph in the upper left. Reclaim an area from by wiping out all Imperial forces posted in that sector.
Forces moving from the city center toward the altar. All units withdraw from the front lines immediately. I repeat, all units withdraw immediately.
Ignis.
It's over!
Well, it's not over. This is Final Fantasy 15. Everything jumps around whenever you're fucking like playing it, and so like, bro, like, what the fuck? Stop doing all that jumpy shit and just. Oh yeah, see, like the total clarity there didn't work.
Wescom here. The Empire has the Archeans surrounded. Until he smashes their ships, that is.
And I need to get to the altar before that happens.
You could try crossing the eastern bridge, if it's still standing.
Here's to hoping. Heading that way now. Wish me luck.
Fingers crossed.
Madam Secretary, come in.
What now?
I need your help. I fear Noct is in danger.
As is the entire city of Altissia, in case you haven't taken a look around. He and his girlfriend are probably long gone.
No. I made a promise to keep him safe. A promise I intend to keep.
How noble. I'll see what my men can do, but I won't promise anything.
Ignis here. Do you copy?
Absolute fucking Kino, dude.
What's your status?
Oh shit. We're like clipping through the thing and everything, dude.
Prompto? Prompto! Do you copy?
The fuck? Okay. FF15 enemy tells piss me the fuck off. Are you going to do all the districts? You probably can. Is it R to see the districts? Which button is it? Oh, it's the right stick. The way the game puts it is like, it's like that, like you press on the thing, but you don't. Okay. Let's do Marjana Street.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why is that so... Yeah, let me try... Okay. Oh, is that a counter? I thought I was just like missing the thing. Brother, stop zipping so much. Okay. What does overclock do again? Oh. Oh, I see. The counter strike. Nice. Thanks for that, I swear. Or tag along, whichever one of you said it. There's more enemies here. Oh, yeah, for sure. The tracking in this game can kind of be a little funky on Ignis. But I think it's because I'm not locking on. If I locked on, it'd probably be a lot better. So, let's see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't lock on, then the game will do fuck all to like help you hit the enemy. But the lock on this game, like control wise, is fuck yeah. Sorry for this shit gameplay so far, guys.
You're mine.
That was a little bit much. Okay. Oh, actually, because that's main quest. And I think we need to head... Yeah, well, let's head over there first. Okay, there we go. That was the reclamation of that territory, right? Yeah, it was.
Wescombe mentioned a bridge.
Nice. Nice. Iggy hype, let's go. I missed that? I don't even understand how. Me when I zip, because I zip and I zip around and I zip. So let's take out the sniper first. This theme song is so fucking good. You should head to a camp and save. Oh, that's right, because that's where we get the cooking ability, right? I think. You never beat Ignis on PC either? Yeah. Crashing issues. It happened like really badly with my old PC. We tried. We really did. I actually have not ever beat the Noctis fight, so that will actually be a thing that I do for the first time with this stream.
Have you located the ring yet, Commander? And what of Luna Freya?
Both, High Commander, but our forces are unable to extract either at present. We've no way of approaching the altar so long as the Archean stands in our way.
Even the gods are on his side. Neither the king nor the oracle will escape with their lives if the fighting continues. Order a full retreat. I'm going in alone.
But sir...
Yeah, it's like one of the hardest super bosses in 15.
I assume you are already familiar with how I got this arm.
Yes, sir.
Then you must also know the ring is worthless without one who can wield it.
I like how they played the clip from the movie where he looks completely fucking different.
How dare he address me with such impudence? Has he forgotten his place entirely? Or is he too concerned about his sister to care?
But also, if you didn't watch the movie, you would be like, what the fuck is that scene? Yeah, it does make sense in context.
Time is of the essence.
If
Which way to the altar?
you have the context of having watched the movie. Because if you don't, then it's just like... I'm now remembering just how big the Ignis fandom was when this game came out. It's so crazy, man. Iggy had hella fangirls. Dun, 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 dun.
They just keep coming.
Oh, wait. Wait. What the fuck? Why are y'all so close together? Oh, well, that did it. Well. Why do you think I'm watching all your streams just for this DLC? I get it. Fuck.
There's more?
Yeah. And it's really easy to see though why fucking shit, I missed it twice. Why Ignis had such a fandom. He's such a great character. Ignis sucks. Never mind. And nah, I suck. I missed that fucking QTE, and that was like such an easy QTE. Okay, there we go.
This is it.
I appreciate you, Nunu, but thank you so much. And I just keep missing that counter over and over again. Like, oh my god, dude. I hope you guys are ready for some less than thrilling gameplay today, because that's what you're getting.
It's over.
It is like so not over, bro.
This can't be.
Attention, all units. Assemble at the docks and prepare for withdrawal immediately. We depart in 3 minutes.
Wait, I'm headed to the altar. I need a boat.
Have you lost your
We
morals?
were taking shots every time you missed. There'd be blood on your hands. I know.
Give him what he wants.
Understood.
You've my thanks.
I'll take Gil instead.
I just keep missing it over and over again. But also the timing on it is like a little funky too.
Ain't a hard question, Iggy.
You kind of have to like...
Yes, I copy.
Then speak up next time. Look, I'm just as worried as you are. But we can't go losing our heads. If we want to save Nock, we've got to keep it together.
Gladio needs to calm the
I suppose you're right.
fuck down, dude.
I will. Thanks.
Coming back to this game, I don't feel like he beat the allegations, but I also think it wasn't Gladio's writing. I think that the actual things that clearly articulated what was going on for him are just fucking missing from the game.
There you are.
And so
Ready to ship out.
it just feels like...
You best get the civilians out of here while there's still time. Listen, are you sure about this?
Yeah.
Of course. Well, just make sure you come back alive. Both of you.
Why did I just drop into the water in the game? And then it loads me in the boat.
Hang on, Noct. I'm on my way.
So this is like a slightly different version of Nox Divina, but I like this version better. Hold on. Oh, fuck. You have to hit confirm.
Right. Should be able to reach the altar this way.
Now see, this is the versus epic, chat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I expected. This is running on PS4? Yeah, I know, it's crazy, man. Could you imagine how that must have felt?
Well, look who it is. What could one of His Majesty's royal retainers be doing here, of all places?
Hookshot wire has snapped.
I must thank you for your visit to Fort Marlowe. Do allow me to express my gratitude.
Where the hell am I swimming toward? Oh, to the boat. Duh. Am I playing on PC? Yes. Anytime you watch an NSP stream and the game is available for PC, I am playing it on PC. I avoid consoles with everything I can, with every bit of might I can muster.
Surrender now, and I'll ensure your end is as painless as possible.
Never!
Then you leave me no choice.
They come.
Plenty more where that came from.
Chat, this is the versus epic, brothers.
They say one good turn deserves another.
Oh my god.
And I believe I only
Look at this Naughty Dog ass shit. Dude, this is what the versus epic is supposed to be.
I'm afraid not. It will never be yours. I'll make sure of it.
Music, bro.
You shall rue the days to find the Niflheim
Let's take out the sniper first. We could go in that direction. I'm doing the zippy boy. Missed the counter because counters aren't important. Don't believe big counter trying to sell you counters. Okay, switch over to fire for better single target. Die, but die in a strategic way. I should have just did a jump, but it's okay.
Out of my way.
That would have been a better finish.
You wretch. Huh?
So true, King.
Ravers.
DLC also shows how good of a character, how good Ravis as a character could have been. Yeah. They had to like basically patch it back in. See chat? Grade A. That means I don't suck. I guess I could have overwrit the last one. But not S tier. Is there an S? I don't know.
I've no quarrel with you, boy.
Music.
Join me. I can secure us a way to the King and the Oracle.
How do I know I can trust you?
Have you any other options?
You have a point.
Then it's settled.
Bro, I forget how hype this shit is, dude. Yeah, pick up a high potion in the middle of battle. Kino. Let's go. Yes, we clash swords, brother, which is a metaphor for us clashing our meats together in an epic rivalry. One might even call it a heated rivalry, even. Nice, let's go. Oh, we need to use Ravis's ability. Oh, that's right. Dang, do we get another opportunity to use that? This is not a camp. I can't camp. Oh wait, there's still enemies, that's why. Yo, let's see, what does Last Rites do again? Oh, that's actually sick as fuck.
You might be of use after all. Follow me, if you're ready.
Ignis is like reading the newspaper, which is kind of funny to be doing, like, at like a time like this. But
Magitech armor.
Indeed.
anything to look at over here? Items? No. Okay.
You needn't waste your time. I've ordered a full retreat. They'll be gone soon enough.
Very well.
About your arm.
What of it?
I have doubts that you were born with a prosthetic.
Your doubts are correct. I once believed it was I who was destined to dispel the darkness. This is proof I was wrong.
Why turn against the Empire? Why now?
My sister's life is at stake. Is that not reason enough?
Oh.
The paths we tread may differ, but the blood coursing through our veins is one. So too is our calling.
The headline is probably, "We are under fucking attack." Yeah.
Is it safe to assume this means you'll lend Nocta a hand?
Don't be asinine. Our interests may have aligned in this moment, but I have not allied myself with him. The Empire is after the ring of the Lucii. If the ring falls into the wrong hands, I fear there's little hope for either of them.
Then we must hurry.
We haven't much time.
I'm aware.
Magitech armors are patrolling the area. Approach a mech undetected, then press X on Ravis' signal to deliver a stealth kill.
Keep up.
Right.
Yes, such stealth. Very nice. This game tried to do so many things, man. Fucking stealth. Fucking open world. Fucking narrative game. And it doesn't really do any of them great, but it's just such an interesting thing that it tried to do all of them, and it made for like a really unique experience that I don't think that too many other games really offer. For better or for worse, 15 is a game with everything. You're right. Everything except the rest of the story. And half of the world map. But in terms of like game variety though, it is a game with everything. It does
Tell me.
attempt to be what Sakaguchi set Final Fantasy out to be.
It goes without saying.
Yet when the flames of war enshrouded Tenebrae, his father spared us nary a second thought. No savior king could possibly
Yeah, I mean,
warn us such
16 is the game with precisely one thing, and that is like
Or have you simply
combat
forgotten
encounters.
sworn by
And
your
if you like that game's battle system enough for that to be the only thing that there is to ever do over and over again for an entire 40 or 50 hours, then you'll like that game. And if that's not enough for you, then I don't recommend Final Fantasy 16. Also, I mean, it's kind of the same with Final Fantasy 13 as well, ultimately, right? Like, with FF13, it's like, if you like that game's combat enough for that to be the only thing that is ever done, then it's a pretty decent game. But if 40 or 50 hours of that begins to get on your nerves, then you're not gonna like it, right? And so that's kind of the problem with those games. Why am I using wrong element there? Yeah, I mean, that is definitely the thing with those games is, fuck. You know why I miss it? Because it's not a thing in the main 15 that you have to do that, and so it's just, my brain isn't prepared for it. But yeah, you do the same thing over and over again in those games, and I can't say that that's true in this game. In Final Fantasy 15, What? 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 Ah, somebody please clip that. Oh my god, bro. That's crazy, bros. That's crazy.
All right. Well enough.
You're resilient, I'll give you that. If Noctis is the true king, he still has much to prove. The darkness will not wait for his ascent. It will consume our star, and all upon it.
I know. He may not yet grasp the gravity of his calling. But once he does, he will rise to the occasion and fulfill his destiny.
One can only hope you're right.
So, this is like one of the few times in Final Fantasy 15 where I feel like the music actually matches like the shit that's going on in the game. I'll give you an example of what I mean, but like Ominous Lacrima, the use of it in the game is fucking weird to me because it doesn't usually, it's not played with the gravity that it was originally composed for. In the scenes that it's originally composed for, they kind of just use it as a generic ass boss theme, and I don't think that's what Ominous Lacrima should be.
Move quickly. Right.
Ominous Lacrima plays for fucking Deadeye. Yeah, I know. Like that's not Ominous Lacrima. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not how that song is probably meant to be played. Like what the intention design for it was. It's like, it's so obvious, right?
A power greater than even that of the Six, purifying all by the light of the crystal and the glaives of rulers past. Only at the throne can the chosen receive it, and only at the cost of a life, his own. The King of Kings shall be granted the power to banish the darkness, but the blood price must be paid. To cast out the usurper and usher in Dawn's light will cost the life of the chosen. Many sacrificed all for the king, so must the king sacrifice himself.
Why does Prina give Ignis this vision here? Or is this a Dawn of the Futurism? I'm not getting. It's kind of setting up for the subversion of this happening. Like, once Ignis becomes aware of this, remember, Ignis loves Noctis, right? And for him to see all that and to know that Noctis is meant to die, he's meant to be this sacrificial lamb, I guess it does set up for like the Dawn of the Future ending. And remember, Dawn of the Future was always meant to be part of the game. It was always meant to be that there was an option where you could defy kind of defy the ending with Arden, and that be a different ending than the game's canon ending that we know today. So Ignis and Noctis' love is a better love story than Noctis and Luna. I don't disagree.
No.
First, the Lucians stole from me my mother. And now they make a sacrifice of my sister. Get out of my way! What are you doing? What I should have
Music.
done long ago.
Listen to this shit.
Ridding us of this menace. Stand in my way, and you too shall be the same fate. Come to your senses, man.
Chat, this is the versus epic. Chat, this is the versus epic.
I understand the baby must be finished. But Noct isn't the one who did this to her.
Let's see. How do you land attacks on him again? Because he's a dodgy boy. Fuck. I missed it again. Not this time.
Freya came to her king aid in this time of need. She was fulfilling her calling. Don't try to justify this. She didn't need to die.
Ravis is so right to be mad about Luna dying, though. Because that shit is kind of whack.
Sacrifice will have been for naught. Kill him, kill her hopes for the future. What a future that my sister will never see. Fall to my blade.
Oh shit, I missed it again.
Choose to become king. His ascension was ordained by the crystal. It wasn't mere happenstance. Mistake, one that must be corrected. You, of all people, must understand how.
Yo, we both jumped.
Both parents
What the fuck?
forced to carry on despite losing those you love. You both feel that pain. I feel that.
What the fuck? I miss it every goddamn time.
Death to Noctis and his men! This can't be. Fall to my blade!
Alright, just elixir this.
Drat.
Wow. The one time I get it, he misses. Unbelievable. Oh shit, I didn't. I was not pressing that like I wanted to live.
Power of the storm surges through my blade.
And the power of Dragoon Jump surges through my fucking nuts. So, how about that, brother? See, I got it, Chad. I don't suck. See, what if you do that, but then I just do this? And then cancel out you doing that. See? Easy. And what if I do that? And then what if I miss the prompt? But what if I get it this time? And what if I still suck? Were Ravis's eyes glowing red? Actually, I don't know. I think it's because of his Magitech thing, though.
I always knew. That you would face your fate without fear. Fulfill your duty without regret. But part of me always hoped that I might see you happy one day. Your burdens lifted. Free to live and love as you please. You would have made a beautiful bride. Even in death, the Oracle does not rest. Only once the darkness is dispelled is her calling truly fulfilled. as in life, I know she will confront that challenge with a smile on her face. Oh, sister, please don't go. Please don't leave me.
Bro, remember what I said? The moment you touch Luna Freya, she disintegrates. Even after death, her corpse just like disintegrates the moment he touches her. Turns into light particles and shit. Luna is just not meant to be. She has the fortitude of toilet paper. That's fucked. Okay, so unfortunately, we do got to call it here, because I have to go make dinner and such. So, but we will be back Monday with more episode Ignis. I know, Tag. I know. Unfortunate. We're gonna be back with more episode Ignis, and we're gonna do the Noctis boss fight on Monday. So that's gonna be fun. And then after we got all that out of the way, I think it actually makes sense for us to go right into Arden after this, right? Because I think that's where the Arden chapter should be. Is right in chapter... Should we do chapter 14 and then do Arden before the final boss? We'll see. We'll figure it out. I'd say do Arden first. Yeah. I think it makes sense to like do his backstory then. Okay, so we'll finish episode Ignis and then we'll start episode Arden. Cool. All right, sounds good, guys. Love you all so much, and I'll see you all on Monday.